Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Union Hall Ground, the Presentation College San Fernando home ground here at Union Hall. They're taking on Hillview College, who are visiting today. And of course, a reminder that you can view all of these matches on the 360 TV YouTube page. You can also view Naprima College versus Presentation Shagonas, St. Mary's College versus Shiva Boys, Sando versus Hillview, of course, is this game. Vishnu Boys versus Queens Royal College, and St. Stephen's versus St. Benedict. So coverage of all of those matches on 360 TV on YouTube, and we'll keep you updated with the scores of those matches throughout the day. I'm joined here by Ravi Jagrup, and later we'll have Kishav Bahadur Singh joining us as well.
Dylan, good morning to you. Beautiful day down here at the Presentation College ground here at Union Hall. A beautiful sunny day this morning. A nice breeze coming from the eastern direction. I'm sure the fast bowlers are going to look forward to capitalizing off of that. Just a few clouds, but the wind will have that under control. Today's forecast, just a 20% chance of rain, and if so, it will be passing clouds, maybe just a drizzle if so. So we are in for an action-packed game here this morning. Presentation College against Hillview College.
I definitely appreciate you looking at the forecast earlier. I always like to be prepared myself. Of course, Presentation College earlier winning the toss, choosing to bowl first. Oh, sorry. Would have been Hillview College winning the toss, choosing to bat first. Gonna be difficult as usual when it comes to trying to tackle the team on their home ground. Presentation San Fernando here at home. They've been doing very well thus far throughout the season on this surface. And it looks as if it's going to be spin to open things up. You were saying the Pacers would be excited, but Zion Phillip, well, he has been having quite a season. He's also been playing in the weekend premiership.
Maybe they're trying to take the batters by surprise, Dylan, expecting pace to open and maybe just trying to bring that element of surprise a little bit, startle the batsman, put that element of doubt in their minds early on.
Yeah, he's been one of the more accurate bowlers, has been very economical. He'd also played in NCC last week.
Well, the fielders look settled on the field. Bowler is ready. Umpires giving signal to make sure that the scorers are ready. I think things are going to kick off. First ball just cut away to the fielder.
He's on target right away.
Playing on the back foot, almost getting trapped there. Playing that ball very, very late. The left arm is coming over the wicket to the left arm batsman. Playing very defensively, very watchful after that last delivery. With that win, he's getting the ball to swerve away from the batsman and just cut back in. Batsman being very watchful and defensive after those couple deliveries. Well defended again. Going through this first over very quickly. That one was left alone outside the wicket. First over, no score, maiden over. They would have moved through that over very, very quickly.
Oh, yeah, I see it move there when I reach back. Yeah. Okay.
So it looks like they're gonna come with pace for this second over. Right arm coming from the southern end.
Yes, Eden Owen has been opening throughout the season. We saw Joseph Mendoza is going to take strike to him. Tyler Ramrup facing our first over against Zion Phillip. Very offside dominant field, 7-2.
Eden is coming over the wicket to the right arm batsman. First ball short, up in the air and falls short of that fielder.
Oh my.
A good attempt by the fielder, but he seems to be injured. They are calling for some assistance.
I don't want to see that early up. Yeah, got a top edge right away. Thought he was in with a chance there, but landing just a bit short. Hopefully he didn't do himself too much of a disservice.
He seems to be in quite some discomfort at the moment. And we have the medical team rushing to check in.
That's the last thing you want first. Well, second over of the day.
Very, very early.
Well, of course, it's always good to see that athletic effort attacking the catch opportunity.
But we all hope it's nothing serious and he probably just would have gotten the wind knocked out of him.
Still treatment ongoing there. Take that opportunity to have a look at the points table for the Premiership section of the tournament. Presentation College San Fernando on top of the table. Naprima Boys second. Premiership Guanas in third place. Vishnu Boys fourth. Hillview Shiva Boys, St. Mary's and Queen's Royal College sharing the bottom half of that table. So those are the standings currently, and of course have coverage of all of those games that you can also view on 360 TV. Shortly we'll take a look at the second division of the points tables.
Taking quite some time there, Dylan. Maybe a little bit more serious than we would have anticipated.
Yeah, definitely. Rather be safe than sorry if need be to bring him off for how much of a time they may need.
Well, he's up on his feet. That's a good, positive sign, a good sign. I think they will be taking the young man off the field.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the better decision in the end.
It would seem that he would have sustained some injury to the left hand. Very unfortunate.
Of course, this is how it happened. He's in a very awkward position there as he landed.
Yeah, I think he probably would have landed on that hand.
This is the South Division 2 standings. The game we'll be covering in this league is St. Benedict's versus St. Stephen's. St. Stephen's definitely needing those points. They're at home, of course. And this is the North Division.
Well, these young men will have quite a day in the field with the air conditions. The quality not the very best. There's a yellow level alert for heavy Saharan dust for the past couple of days actually. So it's advising persons that are sensitive to dust and allergens, please be careful and safeguard yourself. If you don't need to be outdoors, keep inside, keep your medication at hand.
Man? I did definitely notice that yesterday, even before seeing the alert. As soon as I looked outside, I was able to gather that it was Sahara dust time of the year.
Yes, visibility wasn't too well at all yesterday.
I think it was a bit less desirable in the northern areas too.
Correct, yes.
Now that in addition to the fires we get this time of year too.
Well, thankfully we haven't seen much bushfires, and we hope that it continues this way for the rest of that dry season.
Seen a bit of a discussion there going on between the umpires. Well, it just seems to be presentation, teammates and support staff there. It must just be due to the substitute that would have to come on. See the substitute now making his way onto the field. That's Kifa Gisiawan. Just went across and he was holding down some scoring duties. That's why it might have taken some time for him to get fully prepared.
The fielders are back in position. Things seem to be settled now, and play will resume after that short break in transmission.
Reed Noen just re-warming up now.
very important, Dylan. You want to be warm and stretch well. You don't want to sustain any more injuries for the rest of today's play. So now the right hand bowler coming from the southern end, he's going to come over the wicket to the left hand batsman. Bowls it at a beautiful length and just defended well by the left hand batsman there. No run conceded.
Yeah, he doesn't look too fazed by what happened before.
That was a perfect line and length, just back of a length. Ball dropping middle of the wicket and angling away from the left hand batsman. There's some discussion taking place here again from support staff and the umpires. Not quite sure what's going on.
Seeing some of the Hillview, one of the Hillview staff as well, just at the boundary. He's coming on.
They just want to meet to get some transparency. Make sure everybody's on the same page. All the information is on par. Quite a lengthy discussion taking place here right now. Pause and play for the moment.
Also go through some of the individual stats as well in the top run scoring positions. Adi Ramsaran in first position, 343 runs, an average of 114. Brendan Budu, number 2, 306 runs with an average of 102. We're going to see him in action right here today. Joseph Mendoza in at number 3. He's at the non-strikers end right now. 216 runs at 72. Brian Haricharan 167 runs at 56. And Roberto Badri 164 runs at 41. Top in the bowling column, Darren Danraj with 15 wickets. Daniel Holder with 10. Amrit Pittiman with 9. Zion Daniel with 8. And continuing play here.
One defended again. 3 more balls remaining in the over.
Mikel Supdeo at number 5 with 8 wickets. Actually see Eden Owen with 7 wickets as well. So he'll be open to add to that.
Keeping that tight line. Not giving the batter much room, not much options to play at it. But defended well. 2 more balls remain in the over for Eden. Very positive start by Eden.
see why he's doing so well so far for the season on this list.
A man in form.
Yeah, good balance throughout that over of just tempting him outside off as well as looking to target the stumps. The left-hander has 2 slips, or slip and a gully, and 3 in the leg side field as opposed to the right-hander where he had 2.
That ball just beating the man at point and going straight to the boundary. First boundary of the
It's
inning.
called no ball as well.
Oh.
I guess we need to stop praising him now.
I think that was just a little wayward ball on the offside, a little full as well. It was picked up on the full by the batsman and cut away beautifully to beating point for a boundary. So now he'll have to reload that one again. It was a no ball, and one more ball now remaining for the over.
Just struggling a tad now. Some rhythm.
Maybe just a little
umpire going. Now the final delivery of the over.
umpire calls wide.
Well, what's going on here?
Maybe just a little lapse in concentration and focus from Eden. Just needs to gather and recollect his thoughts and get through that last ball. Good ball to end the over, left alone. The score is 7-0 after 2 overs.
Zion Phillip for his second over now.
Zion continues from the north end. He's coming around the wicket to the right hand batsman. First ball, well defended. No run. Batsman in the crease is Joseph Mendoza. He's stepping back and just pushing that one to mid off. No run. Appeal goes up. Umpire shows no interest in that one.
It's going to be difficult to get those decisions early. Not too much turn on offers yet.
Plays this one, pushes it just back to the bowler, and you, in similar fashion to the first over, you would notice that Zion, he moves through his overs very quickly. He doesn't give the batsman much chance to settle. This one, he just pushes onto the onside, and we have the man at long on, collecting and throwing back. 1 run conceded in that ball. One ball remaining in the over. He now comes over the wicket to the left-hander Tyler Ramrup. And Tyler defends that one for no run. Just one run coming off that over. After 3 overs, it's 8 runs for no loss.
Yeah, that's stock standard for Zion Phillip. His economy rate, as I just looked at, was just 3.1 throughout the season. Only taken 4 wickets, but he keeps things tight early on. And they're back on the field again.
Not quite sure what they are discussing, but it doesn't seem like they are coming to terms or coming to an agreement with whatever is being discussed.
Well, I don't know what the confusion could even be about. It's simple: one player goes off, one comes on. Take a short break while they sort this out.
Well, it would seem that they would have ironed out whatever issues they would have had. So Aiden will continue from the southern end. And this morning I am joined here by Mr. Keshava Bahadur Singh. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning to you, Ravi. Thanks for that introduction as we look forward to this next delivery. Striking him on the pads. That's allowed up, and he's given. So right after a brief interruption in play, Presentation College San Fernando strike with their first wicket. Joseph Mendoza adjudged LBW by the umpire, and that's a wicket for Aiden Owen. Look at this dismissal, Ravi. You can see it pitched in line with the stumps and definitely seemed to have hit him just on around middle and off, you'd say.
Maybe middle and leg. I think it was cutting back into the batsman, into the right arm batsman.
I'm just looking at the angle that we are situated here from, more around that third man or first slip region for the right-hander.
But what a positive start from Aiden Owen this morning. In the first over he would have bowled, he would have had that same energy that he would have brought on to the second over. And this time, after having a successful appeal, he would have harvested his first wicket for the morning.
Yeah, Aiden Owen has been plying his trade in the secondary schools cricket for the last few years, as well as playing club cricket for the Power Gen. The opportunity of seeing him play for the Power Gen reserve team in the Premier 1 division.
Well, that experience is definitely being displayed here this morning, Keshava.
Yeah. Even though this is still secondary schools cricket and many of these players are young in terms of their age, several have quite a lot of experience from playing multiple formats: school cricket, zone cricket, premier cricket, and even franchise.
New batsman coming in, Brian Haricharan, facing his first ball. Well defended.
Almost a replica of the dismissal that got the better of Mendoza. Haricharan seemed up to the task. Haricharan is a very good batsman.
Get this one in with a little bit more pace, playing it off onto the leg, just for a single. 3 balls remain in this over.
Haricharan off the mark, and note that he scored a century in the second round against Queen's Royal College. 116 he made. Last game against Presentation College Chaguanas did not trouble the scorers.
He bowls to Tyler. Tyler gets a thick edge, beating the man at gully, and goes to the boundary for 4 runs.
That's the fortuitous edge, as most batsmen tend to benefit from, especially when that new ball is moving around. And you can see that the slip cordon is packed. There are 2 slip fielders, very good ones at that, Riyad Mohammed and Brendan Budu, looks to be. And it went exactly in the little space between first and second slip.
I don't think the bowler will be too disappointed seeing that he would have gotten that edge. Beautiful ball beating the outside edge of the batsman, going straight to the keeper on this occasion.
Right on cue, you can see, as you said, he's not phased. The fact that he's deceiving the batsman, and I'm just wondering if Ramrup pulled out of the shot, as you saw in the slow motion replay. It looked as if he was going to play and just dropped the hands, dropped the bat at the last moment.
Final delivery for the over. Bowls it onto the body and he defends it for no run. After the 4th, the score is 13 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Ramrup 8 of 16. Haricharan just coming to the crease. Ramrup averaging around 30, scoring 120 runs coming into this encounter. strike rate of just over 70, so by no means is he an express opening batsman, but he still scores at a reasonable rate. Anything between that 70 to 80 region, you would say. It's a 50 over game, so we've gotten so accustomed to T20 and T10 where strike rates have to be minimum 100 and up, but for the 50 over game, between 70 to 90 you would say is ideal once it can be adjusted. And of course this is still secondary schools cricket where the players have to develop and grow as they gain this experience. Philip to continue. Right on the money again is Philip. A very economical bowler, as mentioned by Mr. Sharma.
He would have kept things pretty tight in his last 2 overs, only conceding 1 run. And he's tight again in this over, keeping that line and length right on the wicket, forcing the batsman to just defend it onto the offside.
He's a sort of bowler, Zion Philip, that you can put a 25-cent coin on the pitch and ask him to hit that
Very
6 out of
accurate.
6. And again, you can see almost all of the deliveries are identical. It's just drifting into the right-handed batter and cramping him for room with a very packed offside field.
Another element that I observed he's using to put stress on the batsman, Keshav, is he moves through his overs pretty quickly.
Yeah, well, that's one of his traits. Ever since I saw him bowl a couple of years ago, gets back to his crease quickly, and most times the batsman, he's waiting on them.
No time to think. Beautiful over. Another successful over. Another maiden over by Philip. 5 gone. 13 for the loss of 1.
Just peeling off of the outer edge, the bat of Ramrup. So Aidan Owen coming into this game with 7 wickets, picked up 3 against Naparima College in the first encounter, 1 against St. Mary's College, 1 against Presentation College Chaguanas, and 2 against QRC, and he's already picked up 1 today, carrying his tally to 8 wickets.
This one played off the mid wicket. No run taken. Just bringing that line a little bit towards the body of the batsman on this occasion. But coming in with some lovely pace.
It's a very smooth action. Run up and delivery, carrying that momentum forward to the crease. And that's the area that he wants to be consistently hitting. Encourage Ramrup to play if he brings it a bit closer and bring that outer edge.
He has those 2 slips set, and he has that third man there for that extra protection in the deep. Very good run in between the wickets there as they get a single off that ball.
Yeah, indeed. You can see that Haicharan is not too pleased. He just put his hands out to signal to Ramrup, you know. Probably didn't hear the call as cleanly or not. It was a good run in the end, as you said, you know. they have to make most of any opportunity they get to turn dot deliveries into scoring ones, and that one was just drifting into the body. Only 2 fielders on the leg side, soft hands, quick single.
We would have seen him alternating from outside the wicket and back onto the body in the last 4 deliveries that he would have bowled. So maybe it's a part of his strategy to keep the batsman in play.
And you can see the difference in tactic for the right-handed Haricharan. The first and second slip were close together for the left-handed Ramroop. Now it's just the first slip and a gully. It's in the air, on the leg side, chance for a catch, and it's taken! Haricharan goes, and that's another important breakthrough for Presentation College San Fernando. Aidan Owen strikes again. And the leading run scorer for Hillview College, after Joseph Mendoza departed, now the second leading run scorer in Haricharan makes his way back to the pavilion. And look at that. Flicked it uppishly. Do you think he was just beaten for a bit of extra bounce or pace there?
I think he would have taken some pace off the ball, so he was beaten for pace. But the fielder did an excellent job because he had to run around the wicket to settle under that ball, and in the end he completed a beautiful catch. Good kudos to the fielder on that occasion.
And initially, when he struck the ball towards the leg side and went in the air, I was actually wondering if it was going towards the boundary, because it did go high, but it didn't go far. And as we are seeing on the screen with the clothes of the players just blowing very strongly,
he was battling against that breeze.
Yep. So you can see, look at that ball was actually on the line of the off stump or even the middle stump, so no need to really play that stroke, you would say. Probably trying to combat the pressure with some aggression.
Maybe he was looking to capitalize, seeing that there was a scarcity of fielders on the leg side, thinking that he would have had a little bit more lenience to score some runs off of that area. But the winds were against him, and also I believe he was beaten for pace on that occasion.
Yeah, I think just the game situation as well. Only the 6th over as Philip continues in his usual fashion, but into the 7th over now. You would think, being one of the senior batters in your team, seeing the leading scorer in Mendoza being dismissed by a good delivery from Owen, knowing that Owen is in a good run of form right now, I think it's, better to just watch those deliveries. Philip is not giving anything away, and as we say that, it's a single. Good running again.
Well, they would have tightened up their communication between the wickets, so I guess that will stabilize some nerves between the batsmen on the field. So there will be a little bit more confident running here with that tightness in communication now. But if we would observe, we would see Philip using that wind to his advantage, giving the ball a little bit of flight and drifting it away from the left-handed batsman. Now he'll be drifting it into the right-hander. Oh, beautifully played.
Yeah, it's a bit of a flatter and faster delivery. Almost going into the stumps.
Seems he will be getting some purchase off the pitch. The ball seems to be gripping quite a bit.
Well, that's the thing about Zion Phillips' action and delivery style. He's not the sort of bowler that would get much turn with this new ball, but he would use that drift and that angle again. You heard shouts of bowl down before the delivery even reached the batter.
Smartly played by the batsman to come straight to that delivery. This one just held back a little bit short. Batsman was given a little bit of room to cut it away, but straight to the field and no run. So it's 15 for the loss of 2 after 7 overs.
So a lot of responsibility will be resting on the shoulders of Tyler Ramrup at this stage. Knows that he has a job to do for his team. Coming off a score of 24 in his last innings.
Yes, Keshav, they will be looking towards him to stabilize the innings now, build a little foundation and start building a partnership with Sagar on the other end. Sagar so far has faced 4 balls, but he hasn't gotten off the mark as yet.
On those 4 balls, he would probably feel he's just been there for a minute with the speed at which Zion Phillip is going through his overs.
He's just combing through those overs.
Yeah, as a batsman, it's really unsettling when as soon as you finish that delivery, you try to gather yourself. And strange enough, even Aidan Owen, I think, is getting through his overs a bit quickly for a fast bowler.
For a fast bowler, I agree with you.
You know, it's not to say that he has a very short run-up and he's not generating pace, but he's a lively character. You can see he's...
You could feel that energy coming off the chap.
Yep. Ready at the top of his mark once the ball is being returned from the fielders and not giving the batsman time to settle.
Comes over the wicket.
In the air, splicing off the edge and just one bounce before the fielder. Would it go into the boundary? It does. And some applause from his teammates as that was a valiant attempt. I think he was caught in 2 minds whether to go for the catch or stop the boundary.
Most definitely. He was in 2 minds. He wasn't sure if to come forward and attempt the catch. But in the end, he was beaten on the bounce.
Lightning quick outfield at the Union Hall ground.
I also think that's a shorter boundary across there, Keshav.
Yep, you're right. And there's actually just a bit of a slope. Yeah, I don't know if you can notice it from here, but once you walk to the left of the field, you would see that area is just ever so much slanting downwards and allows that ball to run much quicker. Now the good thing about the Union Hall ground is that the breeze normally blows from left to right, and the larger side of the ground is to the right, so it helps with the breeze factor.
Attempts to balance it off, compensates. This
With
one played off the hips. And they take a comfortable 2 on this occasion. One ball remaining in this over. Ramrup retains strike as he faces the last ball of the over.
So we're left. Smart batting from Ramrup again, just bringing back to that dismissal of Haricharan. You know, I thought that could have probably just been a bit more patient. Ravi, what do you think?
Maybe as we were discussing the field orientation, seeing that it was a shorter boundary on the eastern side, maybe, just maybe, he was thinking he could have cleared the boundary.
Yeah, there's a possibility, as we give a reminder to our viewers that today there are 5 matches being streamed live on 360 TV, where you can get all of your cricket action. Naprima College against Presentation College Shagonas, St. Mary's College against Shiva Boys, Presentation Sando against Hillview College here, Vishnu Boys against Queen's Royal College, and St. Stephen's against St. Benedict's.
Phillip back into the attack from the north end. Batsman swipes at it outside the off stump and they appeal for that edge. The umpire shows no interest on that occasion. Keep this one a bit more flight, using that wind to get that ball to drift into the right-hander.
And I'd like to see just a bit more of that from Phillip. Don't be afraid to use the flight. And you see again, there's so much benefits to using flight as a spinner, and in the modern game sometimes it seems to have been lost by spinners trying to be a bit too flat and quick. As we see there, 2 lovely flighted deliveries. No run scored off of it, but went for the faster delivery. That's the variation. It's reached a point, Ravi, where the flighted delivery is the variation rather than the stock delivery.
You're quite right, Keshav.
And he's bowled him. So he returns with the flight after the quicker delivery, and he strikes Zion Phillip. I wonder if he has an earpiece inside there listening to your thoughts, Ravi.
I think he's listening to the commentators at the moment, Keshav.
And look at this delivery. Again, using that bit of flight and the ball drifting in to the pads of Sagar. And he was beaten all ends up between bat and pad. And he has to go back to the pavilion. A very brief stay at the crease. New batsman entering, Jordan Bryce, number 27, and it's 21 for 3 in the 9th over.
Keshav, you are experienced cricketer yourself. I'm sure you would agree with me. When you have to face a ball that is flighted, and that ball, it gives the batsman more work to do, because the ball it leaves that eye level, and you have to follow the trajectory of that ball and constantly readjust your line of sight to see where that ball is going to fall.
Yep, absolutely right. And the thing is, the lack of pace on a flighted delivery also has the batsman in two minds sometimes, whether to come forward and defend or whether to advance down the crease and play an attacking stroke. And here you can see, look at that release above eye level, and
that's right.
The flight probably encouraged him to go through with the line of the shot.
It drew him in.
Correct. And might have been better advised to just defend, as Phillip has a knack of getting that ball to cut back into the right-handed batters drastically. Apart from his natural angle where he goes around the wicket to the right hand and gets the ball across his body, the wind here, as we mentioned, is a factor not only with the fielding but with the bowling.
Now we see him coming over the wicket to the left-hander.
And that's almost a Yorker. Now, when he's bowling to the left-handers as he completes his 5th over, Zion Phillip, 2 runs and 1 wicket.
Look at that economy rate, Keshav.
What a spell so far. Because he's the sort of bowler, he will bowl his dead on the trot, I'll tell you. And by all means, he should be given the opportunity. There's no real need to change him now. Hillview College in a spot of bother, 21 for 3 after 9. And 2 of their main run scorers back in the hot. Ramroop still flying the Hillview College flag high, and you know, it would really be an excellent innings from Ramroop if he can carry his team to a competitive total. Doesn't need to rush. At this stage, wickets are going quickly. You don't need to be too aggressive in your run scoring. The runs will come once you occupy time at the crease.
Once you spend that time, the runs will come. You're sure right about that. Tyler Ramroop is going to face up against Aidan Owen now. Tyler hasn't... Yes, it's Tyler Ramroop. That's right. I was going to say Jordan Bryce hasn't gotten off the mark as yet, so his nerves will be at play when he does take strike.
Yeah, well, that first delivery he received from Phillip certainly would have woken him up already.
Right arm over the wicket.
Solid from Ramroop.
We could see that pattern emerging again from Aidan Owen's over, the way he structures his over. You would see that his first ball he would have bowled just outside the off stump across the line of the left-hand batsman, and the second one he would have just straightened it back up onto the batsman again. So let's see if this pattern is re-emerging and if he's going to bowl his third delivery across the line of that off stump.
Oh, and a very uncharacteristic show of aggression from Ramroop. After I was just praising him for being solid in defense and his temperament, you can see just a couple of footsteps down the crease, probably trying to meet the length of the delivery, because Owen is bowling back of a length. He's not carrying up there for him to drive or to play it over the infield.
And he's getting that ball to move away from Ramroop.
That's a very good single there. That's better from Ramroop.
Just
Based on
needs
his
to
strength.
calm those nerves and build his partnership, build his innings.
Yep.
Have some patience with the longer format of the game. Bryce takes his mark. He's going to face his first delivery against Owen and his first delivery against Pace for the morning.
Yep. And what a bowler to be facing up to, someone who is
it's quite
full
an
rhythm.
attacking feel for him here. You can see those fielders just taking a step in for the new batsman. Just one fielder in the mid-wicket area and one short mid-off. But attacking offside field.
Good delivery from Owen to finish his 5th over, as we've reached the 10 over mark in this first innings of today's game. Hillview College 22 for 3 after 10, and Presentation College San Fernando definitely in the driver's seat at this stage of the game. Still a long ways to go. Hillview College known for their resilience over the years. I can tell you, I'm not too sure how long ago you would have played school cricket, Ravi, but you will recall the days when Hillview College dominated secondary schools cricket, when basically their entire 11 was a national youth team, filled from the East Zone as well as some players from the North Zone. During my time, Vikash Mohan was in fact the captain. And we can see where he has reached now in modern day.
Has built quite a career for himself. Philip back into the attack. Beautiful flight, getting that ball to drift away from the left-hander. Pitching it up a little bit full onto him and attacking that wicket, leaving no room for the batsman to make mistake. And as you would have mentioned earlier, Keshav, his accuracy is on point. He's maintaining a constant line and length towards that batsman.
He's not going to budge easily as Philip.
Ramroop just pushing that one to mid-off, sorry.
You see Philip there just rehearsing the shot that Ramroop played, that forward defense. And he's trying to pull it out of his reach. Anticipated that was going to happen. Just try to draw him forward, because if he's defending comfortably, you need to just adjust your length. But very well played by Ramroop in the end, all along the ground for a single.
Force that long one to come into play. He's just making a little adjustment, bringing that long on to a mid-on position, closing that gap.
Keep the pressure on Bryce. Yet to score.
Bryce just stepping back on that occasion. Ball coming off his pad outside the leg stump. Over the wicket to Bryce, who's taking a quick single.
And a nice shy at the stumps from K.L. Thomas.
Bryce
Close,
gets
but
off
no
the
cigar.
mark.
Yep,
He'll be breathing a sigh of relief, Keshav.
of course. Pressure would have been mounting. The longer he stays on 0. It's 24 for 3 after 11. Ramroop there facing majority of the deliveries in the first 10 overs.
Current run rate just 2.2. .18, I stand corrected. Owen continues from the southern end. Over the wicket to Bryce. Just left alone on this occasion. Very watchful.
That's an intelligent from Bryce. As you said, he knows that Owen is pushing those deliveries across his body. So if he plays loosely, can lead to an outside edge. I would love to see if Owen can just bring one of those deliveries back into the left-hander using the strong wind. See again his stock delivery. Back off a length.
A little bit straighter on this occasion.
Just if he decides to take that, I wouldn't say risk, because at this point in time the game is in your control, but you know, take that chance and try and put the delivery a bit fuller. And even if he's still using the same angle going across, encourage Bryce to drive, and even Ramrup, encourage them to come forward and play shots.
Bring those two slips into play.
Correct.
Ball just worked onto the leg side. Taking a single.
That's the thing with back of the line deliveries. Once they're on the stumps, you have to play them. You have to make sure and get your bat in front of your pad. Otherwise, like before, seems to be one of the most likely modes of dismissal. But once you stray from the line of the stumps, it's easy to leave alone on the offside. Once it's on the leg side, you can just tuck it off of the body for a run. So
you want to entice those batsmen to drive.
And right on cue, delivery on the body and tucked away for a single. So it seems that if he has a game plan, you don't know when, he's consistently been bowling that way and trying to attack the body of the batsman. Has already picked up 2 wickets, so it's been successful. Because even that delivery that Haricharan tried to hoist into the leg side wasn't that full. It was, again,
just back off our leg.
Exactly.
Onto the hip, yeah.
And he tried to make something out of it.
Batsman not ready on this occasion. I think he's just one of the bails would have fallen off with the winds here. So the last 2 balls on the body. Let's see if he's going to aim for middle and off and force the batsman to drive on this occasion. Comes over the wicket.
A piece off the outside edge. And this one runs close to the boundary. Don't think it will get all the way there. And that was a fuller delivery as we were asking for. And you can see it already caused a bit of difficulty for Bryce. He tried to put that into the leg side and took the outside edge.
Pop straight up in the air.
Yeah.
Pushing this one wider. Batsman would have left it alone. And that would have brought the over to an end. The score is now 28 for 3 after 12. Philip back into the attack, continuing from the northern end, coming over the wicket to Ramrup. Bringing this one just back off our length. Ramrup pushing it on to the onside. No run off that delivery.
And Zan Philip. Flighted, lofted in the air. That's a good looking stroke. Will it get all the way to the boundary? It does. Even though it's the larger side of the field, as you mentioning earlier, and the grass seems to be a bit thicker as well.
Just enough legs on that ball to make it to the boundary. Just beating that fielder in his short cover position. Just right of that fielder. It had a little bit of air time, but it was just wide of that fielder. Good shot in the end. 4 runs off that delivery. Philip continues. He steps back and pulls this one away to square leg for a second boundary.
Well, consecutive boundaries. And it seems as if Zion Phillip has conceded more runs in the last 2 deliveries than he has for
his entire spell.
Yeah. Look at his delivery. Just a bit too short from Phillip.
Struggling with his length on this occasion. But the batsman, his confidence is indeed building. 2 confident strokes. And well rewarded with 2 boundaries.
Yeah, pulled away to the leg side where it's less populated.
And now Philip goes back with that flight and forces the batsman to just defend. No run on this occasion. Driven straight back and received by the man at long off on the boundary, returned for just a single. That was a beautiful shot. Looked in good form.
That's all he needs to do, Ramrup. Stay at the crease. Solid defense from Bryce to complete the over. And that was a successful over for Hillview College. Umpire signaling that they will have a drinks break at the end of the over. And there we see a shot of the sponsors, one of the sponsors for today's game, Valvoline. I'd like to say thanks to them for contributing to secondary schools cricket. The original engine oil, America's first exclusive oil brand.
It looks like we're going to have a change in bowling now, Keshav.
So now that the first 13 overs have been completed, both of those bowlers were in good stride, good momentum. Aidan Owen, you would think probably 6 overs on the trot, just needs a bit of a rest, and also good time to introduce variety into the attack.
Sion Charles is the new bowler coming from the southern end. He's coming around the wicket to the left-handed batsman Tyler Ramrup. First delivery. Pitched outside the off stump, left alone. Watchful, very watchful by Ramrup.
Yeah, Sion Charles, also another fast bowler that I saw featuring for the Power Gen Penal Sports Club in the Premier 1 division. He started off in the reserve team, and in fact he got an opportunity in the TKR and TTCB's T20 Festival last year. In one of the games, picked up a couple of wickets.
So Presentation College bringing some experience to the table here this morning. He would have changed to over the wicket on that occasion, left alone again by the batsman.
And that's the thing with Presentation College San Fernando, as I was mentioning at the start of this game. Even though it's secondary schools cricket, some of these players here have more games under their belt than probably you and I haven't played back then and up till now.
Most definitely, most definitely. Very quick release by Sion Charles.
He's a tricky sort of bowler in a sense, because you look at his run-up, it's a casual jog.
A casual jog, but it's a quick arm action.
Yeah.
Generating quite a bit of pace in the end there.
Look at his shoulders. You can see he's a strong young man. Ideal built for a fast bowler. And keeps it close to him in his delivery stride, but just the sound of hitting the gloves of the wicketkeeper and the speed at which it passes the batters tells you that he has something to work with, Cyan Charles.
You could also see with that pace he's generating a little bit of pushes off the pitch. You're getting that pitch to respond, getting a little bit more bounce off the pitch. Because he's pounding that ball into the pitch. Bowling across the line of the left-hand batsman. But this one he bowls a bit straighter, forcing the batsman to play. No run conceded there.
Wicketkeeper Ethan Ramcharan in the shot.
No runs from this over so far. Last ball comes over the wicket to Ramrup. Ramrup drives straight to the fielder. First over, maiden over for Cyan Charles. Excellent over. 14 bowled, 37 for the loss of 3 wickets. And now, Keshav, we're gonna have a drinks break.
Yep. And we'll also take a short break as the players have some refreshments out there, and rejoin you in just a few.
And we are back here. 15th over going to be bowl. Cyan Charles is going to continue. No.
Zion Charles would have finished
He would have finished the last over.
Yeah, it's a change of bowling. And this end where Zion Phillip maintained, it's Riyad Passad.
So we would have seen Phillip on this end previously, and they're going to continue with spin from this end. Riyad Passad, left arm spinner, around the right arm spinner around the wicket.
Yeah, I was actually anticipating some off spin just due to the fact that it's two left-handers at the crease, Bryce and Ramrup. So skipper Voodoo decided it's time for a change.
Yes, they want to be taking that ball away from the left-handers. Defended here in this occasion. Not wasting any time either.
Nope.
Passad.
And he's bowled him! Bowled him on the leg stump!
Was he bowled behind his back, Keshav?
Indeed he was!
Unbelievable. Let's see that replay.
Yeah, as you see, he's celebrating and laughing at the same time. I think he was preparing for that delivery to go to the boundary. But let's look at that replay. Flight pitched outside the line of the leg stump.
Did that ball pass between his legs?
Yes, it did. There was a bit of turn. You could see the slight chuckle from Passad there, as well as Syed Chaz. That delivery normally would have been put away, drifting on the left side, and unfortunately Bryce has to depart. A new batsman coming to the crease, Zion Daniel.
Bryce wasn't seemed settled as yet, and that spin bowler would have given him just a bit of uncertainty, putting it a little bit on more on the leg stump. I don't think he was anticipating for the ball to turn back into him that much.
Well, to be fair to him, I don't think we saw any delivery turn for the innings thus far.
I was anticipating that ball to go down to the leg side.
Yeah. Or even just hold the line, but it turned sharply and went between the pads and hit the leg stump.
So now, Keshav, we have to look at that sudden end of the wicket and see what these bowlers could get out of it in that end.
Well, I'm interested to see if he gets turned from keeping the ball in the off side and just outside that off stump line, or probably, as he's coming around the wicket, use the natural angle to drift into the left-hander and probably start your line around middle and off and let the turn just take it away. So curious to see what he produces on this delivery. Riyad Passad, Zion Daniel to face.
He pulls to Zion a little bit short. He dragged this one down a little bit.
Yeah, too flat on this occasion. A power flight. We said it before. We saw it work to the advantage of Phillip.
This one now flighted into the wicket. Phillip just pushes this one to that short cover region. Oh, this one pitched on the leg and straightening back up on him. I think he's drifting it back to that leg stump area to see if he could get that grip.
And the umpire just checking the scorers to confirm that the over has been completed, and indeed it's the end of the 15th over. The score 37 for 4, Hillview College. Payoff Daniel and Ramrup at the crease, and you can see one of the icons in Trinidad and Tobago cricket, David Williams, there standing on the post, and two of the Presentation College San Fernando players. We're just gathering some advice from him before they make a lap around the field to provide some refreshments.
Cyan is going to continue from the southern end. Facing is going to be Tyler Ramroop, the sets batsman in the crease. He's coming over the wicket, bowling this one straight into the body of Tyler. Tyler just defends. Again, we see that quick arm action. Quick arm action of Cyan Charles.
And that's a peach of a delivery. Thrown up in the air from Ethan Ramcharan in what he thought was celebration. I don't think there was even an appeal, to be fair. Probably just...
It's amazing to see the pace he generates with just that arm action. That subtle run-up and that quick arm action. It takes the batsman by surprise. And I think on this occasion, that's what would have caused the ball to beat the edge, the outside edge of Ramroop.
Yeah, it's those strong shoulders definitely coming into play. Right on the money again.
Just pushing it to that short mid-off there.
So two fast bowlers that we have seen from this southern end, and very different styles, you would say.
Most definitely. Oh, just beating that outside edge again, beating him for pace. So in terms of styles, we could speak about the last fast bowler from that end. A lot more energy and vibrancy in the run-up as compared to Cyan Charles, who has that more casual, laid-back run-up, but a very surprising quick arm action.
And it's past the wicketkeeper for a bye.
That ball just falling short of the wicketkeeper. Bit of a challenge for him to stop it. The man at third man coming to recover that delivery. One bye, which brings Zion Daniel to the crease. Zion is going to face his fourth ball. He hasn't gotten off the markers yet. And this one pounded into the pitch, straight onto the body of Zion, who defends for no run.
Zion bowling to Zion to complete the end of the 16th over. A 38 for 4, Hillview College. Ramroop still there, holding firm on 28 of 53 deliveries. That will be the most important wicket for Presentation College San Fernando to try and obtain.
I know he's the batsman set. That run rate right now, 2.38 over. The projected score of 119 at this rate. Riyad Prasad continues from the northern end. Right arm off break around the wicket to the left arm Tyler Ramroop. This one he drags down a bit. Batsman just cutting it away to the offside, but it's a packed offside field. Six players on the offside. This one flighted in line with leg stump turning away, and the batsman just comes forward and defends. No run.
the edge on that occasion, just falling short of the slip fielder, Brendan Boodoo.
Creating a stir right now with that flight.
And he's appealing, and he's given! And that's the wicket they were looking for! Tyler Ramroop is adjudged caught behind by the umpire. And you can see what it means to Riyad Prasad as well as his teammates. The all-important wicket. And just as you said, something was stirring. You could have sensed that trouble was brewing. The flight, the turn, causing some difficulty for Ramroop. Let's take a look at that dismissal again.
And Keshav, as we load that up, we could see what pressure does to a batsman, having 3 dot deliveries, forcing him to try to hit out, to try to feel that ball and bat, and it would have drawn him into the shot and manufactured that edge. What a wicket, what an important wicket.
Yeah, most definitely.
New batsman coming in, Ethan Ramsundar.
And you can see the flight caused it to play that expansive stroke and took the edge. Let's have a look at it again.
Flighted outside the off stump, just back off our length.
And a faint edge shift because you can see the delivery turned as soon as it hit the pitch. So you just wonder how much of it did Ramroop really get as it went through to the keeper. But nonetheless, all the players went up, the umpire agreed, and Ramroop did not seem to disagree with the decision.
Prasad now changes, he goes over the wicket, flights it to the right-handed Ramsundar, who drives straight to the fielder. Was that an opportunity for a catch that was put down?
I think it was a bump ball, but probably the spectators decided not to. Might have been some excitement from their view.
Well, the atmosphere is definitely lively from the last wicket. A lot of adrenaline in the air still.
And Riyad Prasad completes his second over. Second wicket maiden. None for 2 his spell. It's 38 for 5 after 17 overs.
Well, Hillview College desperately needs a partnership here. That current run rate just 2.2. They need to build that partnership to dig themselves out of this hole. Cyan Charles continues from the southern end. Breeze just picking up a little bit from that east to west. Pulls it straight towards the batsman.
That delivery seemed as if it kept a bit low compared to some of the previous ones. And Daniel yet to get off the mark, and joined by Ethan Ramsundar. Pressure on this new pair at the crease. It peels off the outside edge. There's a field that third man Riyad Prasad does well to retrieve that and prevent them to only a single. But what you can already see from this pair, Ramsundar and Daniel, even though Daniel has just got off the mark, and the first shot that we saw from Ramsundar in the previous over, they're going to play the strokes.
The intentions are clear. From first ball, the intentions are clear.
So we're going to be in for a very interesting passage of play where the batsmen are probably going to try and combat this pressure from Presentation College San Fernando with some attacking strokes, and it could very well work in their favour to offset the rhythm of the bowlers. Alternatively, it could lead to more dismissals, so they just have to balance the approach at 39 for 5, ensure that they still get enough runs to have a competitive score and total to defend.
2 slips to this batsman and a wide third man.
Past the outside edge, it's rolled onto the stumps very casually from Ethan Ramcharan, and Zion Phillip was shouting. How was that? Let's see if we can get an idea. So his back foot is in the air as the ball hit the stump.
Where's the front foot?
Well, it's definitely in front of the back foot. It had to be that the front foot was behind the line for him to be so confident. Umpire decide not out. I think we can see why Zion Phillip was so animated. Let's look at this again, Ravi. He actually he came out of the crease, he advanced out of the crease, took one step back, and then his back foot was still in the air when the ball hit the stumps.
But the front foot, the front foot behind the line, thankfully.
Well, in his opinion, we would hope, give him the benefit of the doubt, because generally, when you are facing a pace bowler, you either bat on the edge
or outside the crease.
Or outside the crease. So if it is he was batting, let's say in the best case scenario he was batting in the crease, usual position, front foot out of the crease and the back foot in the crease, he still advanced forward.
We would have to trust the words of the square leg on this occasion.
Oh, definitely. He's the person who has all the authority to make the decision. We can just merely speculate as to what might have occurred, but certainly was some interest in that appeal as 18th over comes to an end. Cyan Charles also very miserly, only 1 run conceded in his 3 overs, and it's 39 for 5, Hillview College.
So Riyadh is now going to continue from that north end as a packed offside field. Oh, he drags it from offside to the onside mid-wicket for a single. Judging from the line and length of that delivery, he's probably inviting the batsman to try to cut that ball on the offside and bring those fielders into play. But the batsman dragging it from the off to the leg on that occasion. Very smart of the batsman. Very risky, but very smart.
Yeah, and that turn is evident in most of his deliveries once he flies it. Once he goes flat, it's just killing onto the batters, which might be easier. And that's going to be an appeal for leg before wicket, and the umpire decides not out.
That ball
Let's
probably
look at
just
that one again.
striking him outside the off stump.
Could it have been bounce as the factor? So it pitched on or around the line of the stump. It hit him relatively high on the pad, and based on our angle, because we are just a bit to the right of the line of the pitch, this time he takes advantage and launches this one for 6. over the cow corner region. So he decides to answer all uncertainties with aggression. There's Ram Sundar. First 6 of the innings. Refreshing sight for Hillview College.
Definitely paid off on this occasion.
See some of the supporters from Hillview College who decided to visit Massey stores. Well, what I like about that shot from Ram Sundar is that he covered the line of the delivery, knows that it's turning into him, so he went back and across. Look at that again. And it's edged and it's dropped. Brendan Boodoo, who is such an excellent fielder, also known as Spidey from his teammates because he's so acrobatic. And this delivery just took the outside edge and sped quickly to him. It was in the air and it just dropped in front of him.
Just short of that fielder.
So another chance goes a begging in that over. Riyad Prasad completes his third over at the end of 19. It's 47 for 5. Cyan Charles continuing. So some excitement in that previous over from Prasad.
Charles over the wicket to the right-hander. 2 slips.
Yeah.
Defended well. Defended confidently.
Continues with that hard length. There's Charles. And Ram Sundar has actually looked solid in defense as much as in attack. You can tell he's the sort of play, he's not going to watch too many deliveries. Once it's in his arc, he's going to take advantage of anything that's on offer.
And once he feels that ball onto bat, you know that'll build his confidence, Keshav.
Yeah, and he likes to move on the crease. You can see this from the previous run out attempt, you would say, in the last over off of Charles. And now look at this delivery.
This one ripped.
Yep, and he's premeditating. He's going back and across before the bowler delivers. So it could also be a tactic from him to offset the bowler just as he reaches to his mark. But he favors the leg side, does Ram Sundar, so that back and across gives him a... There again, you see it. Stepping back and across and hoisting this one over the fielder at mid-on, and this will run into the boundary for 4. So what it does is that it gives them some momentum to play through the line of the delivery in his preferred aspect. Look at this. Back and across, and it's sort of a cross bat shot.
But I will tell you something, Keshav. Although he would have conceded a boundary off of this ball, I think that he would have gotten Ram Sundar to do exactly what he wanted, because you would have seen him place this ball a little wide of the off stump and taking the pace off of it a bit. So
yeah,
you would have seen that he would have gotten Ram Sundar to hit the ball up into the air because he would have taken the pace off of that delivery.
Yeah, definitely agree. What I would have liked is to see maybe a slight change in the field just for that delivery, or he possibly thought that he would have gotten to miscue the shot and that the fielders within the 30-yard circle would have come into play. But nonetheless, as you said, it would not throw Cyan Charles off of his game plan. I think it was smart bowling from Charles to just put that bit of variety in the deliveries, and maybe he can give his fielder at mid-on, some room to go to long on.
Push him back a bit.
Yeah. Especially as Ramsundar is favouring that leg side.
And we know that Ramsundar, he's not hesitating to hit through that ball and try to manufacture runs. So maybe I agree with you. I would push him back to maybe cow corner. This one with a little more pace, that ball lifting to Ramsundar, striking him high up on the bat, and that ball would bring the over to end. Only 4 off that over, and after the 20th we see 51 for the loss of 5 wickets.
So the current run rate at this stage 2.5. Take a look at the standings. Presentation College San Fernando played for 1-4, net run rate of 2.5 and 76 points at the top of the leadership table. Naprima College in second position, played 4 and 1-3, lost 1, and that one loss would have been against Presentation College San Fernando in their opening encounter. They are on 65 points. Third position, Pres Chaguanas on 59, and we'll take you through the rest as we look at this over from Riyad Prasad. Flight again. It's a name on the pad and the finger goes up. Daniel was walking away as if he thought that probably struck him a bit too high, or maybe not on the line of the stumps. We'll have a better look here in this replay. Lovely flight again. Got back and across. Oh, and that's plumb. It hit him just at the top of the pad, but based on the fact that he was in a crouched position to pull to the leg side, his knees were below the stump level, and Prasad strikes again. It's the third wicket as Kadir Juman is the new batsman who enters the field of play for Hillview College. The Trinidad and Tobago youth under 17 player. Juman also plays his cricket in Queen's Park Cricket Club. Left unorthodox all-rounder.
You'd have seen in that ball, Keshav, with the breeze, when he gave that ball the flight, that ball just drifted away from the left-hander. It dropped, and I think it maybe, just maybe, would have kept a bit low. So beaten for bounce maybe, because he was looking to pull square. Beaten for bounce and striking him plumb against the wicket. Excellent thinking, excellent bowling by Riyad Prasad. 1 ball, 1 wicket off this over. Let's see what happens. Second ball, new batter in, Kadir Juman. Around the wicket to the left-hander.
Well left from Juman. He's a smart cricketer, is Juman. I can tell you, I had the pleasure of playing alongside him in the Brian Davis Cricket Festival at the Queen's Park Oval. He was part of our Trinidad and Tobago Lawyers cricket team. And this is a stymied appeal.
Probably just going on leg side on this occasion. But we could see that he's getting that ball to grip on that southern side of the wicket.
Yeah, I think he got an inside edge as well. Yeah, you can see it noticeable. That's why Prasad pulled away.
If you look at that previous ball, you would see turn and bounce, but well left alone by Juman in the end. Ramsundar back on strike. Prasad is going to come over the wicket to Ramsundar. Have a lot of protection on the deep in the leg side area.
Flatter delivery.
Dragging that one down.
Well, he knows that Ramsundar is an aggressive batsman. He's going back and across. The hoist, anything he gets to the leg side, I would say stick to your game plan. Use your flight. You have protection. You have a field that long on, cow corner, and deep mid wicket, all on the boundary.
Maybe he just wanted to
That's better.
surprise Ramsundar on that occasion with Ramsundar seeing the field spread and
The double bluff. Yeah.
probably anticipating that flight. So good over in the end. A wicket and 1 run conceded. After 21 overs, it's 52 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Prasad is just bustling with energy. You just saw him run across the media tent down at the boundary level, and he just finished bowling.
Won't you be in good spirits too if you just had a wicket in your over?
Oh, I would. I wouldn't want them to take the ball away from me. I would, wherever the skipper wants me, I'll go. Once I'm getting to bowl the next over. As Cyan Charles is going to continue, very economical, and continues in that fashion. But I'm sure he would love to just change that wicket column and change it from a 0. Start off at 1, see if he can probably get a couple. He's bowled really well as Charles. Maybe just not attacking the stumps directly. A lot of plays and misses. And this short and rising on the body. Well defended from Juman.
Bowler tight line for his spell so far. Just conceding 5 runs. Very, very economical spell. If you compare that to Philip.
Yeah, most definitely. And what do you think about his run-up and delivery? Which fast bowler does it remind you of?
Put me on a spot there, Keshav.
Yes, indeed. That was the intention. Doesn't have to be the exact mannerisms, but just in terms of the casual approach, yet fast deliveries.
I'll have to come back to you that answer.
No problem at all. The reason why I asked is because I'm trying to figure it out myself. There's a similarity, but I just can't pinpoint to which fast bowler. You know, those strong shoulders, upper body strength, and the run up is smooth.
What do you think about Curtly Ambrose? With that jog up and that strong shoulder action.
You can definitely see some shades of Sir Curtly. The main difference would be the height factor. But thinking just in terms of domestic cricket, reminds me a bit of Filton Williams as well. Filton does have a bit more stride in his run-up, but doesn't run too aggressively to the crease, uses his shoulder strength well, and does have a good bit of pace.
Now with the right hand and the crease, let's see if he's going to use that wind. Oh my goodness.
He's
oh
bowled
my
him
goodness, it's clean bowled.
on the leg stump, Ravi. And Cyan Charles gets the wicket in his column. We were just talking about how economical he has been and the fact that he would want to get a wicket to just make the spell even more complete. And he does so in the said over. That movement.
He moved across the wicket and
Premeditated again.
exposing all the stumps, giving him a free wicket on this occasion.
Yeah, because if he stayed in his crease, that was actually full into the pads, into the legs, so he could have swatted it away to the leg side
Yeah, sure, right.
as he did before. But again, look at this. Premeditated. Back and across outside the off stump.
Just clipping that leg stump on the way, on its exit. So, you know, people talk about the commentator's curse, but on this occasion, is there such a thing as the commentator's blessing?
Yes, indeed. I would like to think that it can go both ways. Similarly for Zion Phillip, when we were saying that he should probably try some flight, he did, and he got the wicket.
I'm convinced that these guys have their headsets on.
And just to give you an update of some of the other scores in the matches that are taking place at the same time. Naprima College 105 for 2 in 28 overs against Presentation College Shagonas. Queen's Royal College 89 for 5 in 32 overs against Vishnu Boys Hindu. Hillview College 53 for 7 here after 22. Keeps very low from Basad. Shiva Boys Hindu College 133 for 4 against St. Mary's College. Those are the updates.
Basad continues in good spirits from the northern end. Breeze picking up a bit here. And with that breeze, he's using the flight to get that ball to move away from the left-hander.
Juman is a very experienced cricketer, like I said, even though he's a youngster, so you can see the temperament that he's brought to the crease already.
Bringing some stability.
Yeah.
That was a very, very brave leave alone.
Yes, it was. Courageous
My
and
goodness.
calculated. Just needs to be resilient here, Juman. Flutter from Passad. Either the fourth or fifth delivery in every over. I realize he uses that faster variation.
He's consistent with that line, pitching it on the leg and turning it away. Juman drives it straight to the fielder.
Riyad Mohammed with the stop to complete a maiden over for Riyad Passad. Finished his fifth over, 3 wickets for 9 runs, 53 for 7 Hillview College after 23. And I was just looking across at the score for the Naprima College game, as we mentioned, and note that one of their main batsmen, Adi Ramsaran, is at the crease and on 13 not out. He scored 150 plus in the last game for the secondary schools, and over the weekend for his club also made a half century or century as well. Have to confirm that second score, but he's in a fine run of form. Young Ramsaran. Similarly, for some players in the Presentation College San Fernando lineup, likes of Riyad Mohammed and Brendan Budu. As Charles continues.
New batsman at the crease, Vinayak Lal, facing his first delivery. No run. Will he assist Juman in bringing some stability here at the crease? Could they build a partnership? Left to be seen. Charles with his second delivery over the wicket. Beating the outside edge.
And Ramcharan again just casually flicks the ball onto the stumps, despite keeping some distance away. Seems to be very accurate with that.
Good awareness.
And you see, Lal actually stepped backwards. He was looking at Ramcharan and he stepped back in his crease.
Beating that outside edge again. Batsman having a little challenge. Just being able to identify that movement away and across from him. 2 slips in play.
Splices off on the outside edge. They just moved the fielder from there. Brendan Budo is situated on or around that exact position. Moved into second slip. And the ball went there for a single.
Vinayak ball gazing a little bit there.
Opening the face at the last moment. I would say that is also a bit courageous. Once he missed there, his stumps would have been disturbed.
So now that first slip goes a little bit wider. Second slip moves to gully.
And that was driven nicely.
You would feel the pressure relieve after that shot. One more ball remaining in this over. And Sion is going to come around the wicket to the left-hander. Straight to gully, takes a shot at the stumps. No run conceded. And after 24 overs, it brings the score to 55 for the loss of 7 wickets. Couldn't ask for better weather than this, Keshav. A lovely cloud cover, no intent of rain, a nice cool breeze blowing across the wicket. What could we ask for better than this?
Immaculate weather conditions for cricket. And even more so if you are a seam bowler with a new ball. Well, we're fully into the spin now.
The shine has been long gone.
Yep. These conditions for any bowler and even batters are certainly conducive. A bit uppish there from Juman. Can see him remonstrating with himself after that shot. Does not want to give it away. He has a chance here to play a pivotal innings for his team.
Prasad just trying to entice him with that flight and that length. Quicker on this occasion. Cut straight to the fielder. Here, they are just going to test the patience of Juman at this stage in the innings. They are going to ask him to go at it.
And that's good resilience thus far.
Juman just keeping his head planted well on his shoulders here.
He's now into the halfway over of the innings, the 25th over, so he has a lot of time still, does Juman.
Left alone on this occasion.
I recall, was it the game against Presentation College Chagonas where one of the members of the opposing team scored 9 runs off 90 plus deliveries, I believe? And that was to avoid being bowled out. Because they know that the points certainly go a long way. So nicely driven from Juman down to mid-off, just wide of him. Encouraged to push for a single from the supporters, but batsman out in the middle did not seem too inclined. And at the end of 25 overs, the halfway stage of the innings, the score 55 for 7, projected score of 110. And this time we'd like to just mention our main sponsors. I'd like to say thank you to Valvoline, which is one of the most trusted brands of oil used in our jurisdiction, as well as Aidon Limited, the Aidon Group, a Trinidad and Tobago based service company providing engineering, procurement and construction services to the energy sector. So, as noted from the sponsors being involved in energy and fuel, we can see why the cricketers out there for the Presentation College team have transferred that momentum into their playing stride, as it's going to be new bowler into the attack. Shan Ramtahal.
Right arm off break around the wicket into the left-hander. And just in the previous over, you mentioned, Keshav, the shine is off the ball, and now it's the time for the spinners to dominate. This ball driven through the covers, and does it find the boundary?
Almost. But difficult to see the rope there with the ground slanting downwards, but nicely driven from Lal. Was able to place it well wide off the field and get a couple.
Just adjusting his line on this occasion, bringing it into the leg stump and straightening on the batsman. Good length. Batsman just defending it off. Very good presence of mind from the bowler on this instance.
What's a peach? That is a peach of a delivery all the way from Georgia. Flight, turn and bounce. So much so that even the wicketkeeper could not have held it cleanly.
Oh my word. Very quick work from the wicketkeeper, asking the square leg.
Excellent work indeed.
Square leg umpire not interested on this occasion.
Oh, it would have been very, very close because Lal did try to put his back foot into the crease just before. In the air. Oh, pump ball.
Good over. Good over. Good first over from Shan Ramtahal. Just 2 conceded off that over. And that was the end of the 26. 57 for 7.
So now that he is brought in off spin from that end, I was just waiting to see. They had a discussion out there as to if a change of bowler should be required or not, but Prasad has been doing extremely well, so by all means give him the opportunity to continue. And I like to see this because, you know, sometimes they think you can't have the same type of bowler bowling from both ends, and I never seem to understand that, because if a bowler is bowling well, let him continue.
Yes, Keshav, I agree with you, but we have to understand it's the left-hand batsman
Exactly.
that they are strategically trying to get that ball away from. So it's a good move to retain Prasad.
Oh, faint edge.
Batsman lucky to get the bat down in time there on this occasion.
Well
Because that
fielded.
ball was going straight for the stumps. He would have definitely been trapped LBW had he not gotten that bat down in time.
Yep, or even bowled.
Or even bowled.
Oh, and a misfield. Too casual from the fielder at point. Releases some of that pressure and allows Juman to get a single.
Lal is back on strike. Seen him pitching it on leg, turning it away from the batsman, forcing him to defend. Very attacking field set for him here. 2 slips. A man at backward point.
Ooh.
Where did that ball pass?
Just dropped the bat. He was looking towards the offside. It actually went behind him.
It
Was
took
a
the
short
inside
fine
edge.
leg, yeah. Look at that. Space between bat and pad could have gone anywhere.
Very lucky on that occasion that it missed his stumps completely.
Finishes the 7th over from Prasad. 3 for 11 thus far, 59 for 7 at the end of 27 overs. I'm just looking at the lineup for Presentation College San Fernando, and they still have a couple of bowlers that they have not utilized. Probably deciding to give some other bowlers opportunity, but the skipper himself, Brendan Boodoo, very experienced right-arm wrist spinner, was included in the West Indies Under-19 World Cup preparation squad. And unfortunately didn't make it all the way to the World Cup itself, but just being called into the preparations tells you his talent and ability. We all know of it from the secondary school circuit as well as domestically. He plays his cricket for Marching Patriots in the Premier 1 division.
Lal takes a shot, this one missing it completely.
Lal seems to have gained a lot of confidence from that inside edge in the previous over. I can just see the bat is turning in his hand on more occasions than not whenever he's trying to play towards either straight or offside.
I'm not quite sure if he's intentionally opening the face to find the gap.
Initially, I thought so as well. When he was facing Sion Charles, he opened the face to get a couple of runs. Now I'm wondering if it's just the natural follow through after the backlift. And another misfield.
Well, he would have heard you and proven you wrong on this occasion as he drove. He drove straight to the man at cover.
Yep. And noticeably, even with that shot, he actually closed the face compared to opening it. So I think his natural batting stance allows the hands to just open whenever he makes contact with the ball. Probably conscientiously trying to adjust it on that occasion.
Caught him fishing outside the off stump there, showing a little bit of frustration over that miss. That would bring the over to an end. That was the second over completed by Ramtahal. 28 overs gone. The score is now 60 for the loss of 7 wickets. Passad continuing from the northern end.
And the supporters more vocal now from the Hillview College tent.
Just taking a single on that occasion. Rotating the strike nicely. I think they need to look for the gaps and rotate that strike a little bit more frequently, Keshav. That will keep the board ticking. It will build the batsman's confidence. And it will put pressure on the opposing team.
Yeah, and if they continue to be resilient, they will also frustrate the bowling team to an extent where they might try something different, produce some loose deliveries, they can take advantage of the score.
Yes, they need to put the pressure back onto the bowling team. Maybe not by being aggressive, but try to get that board ticking. Take the singles, look for the gaps. Keep the strike rotating. Very tight line. The spinners are doing an excellent job here today for Presentation College.
Whipped away nicely off the legs. There is protection with a deep mid wicket, so he will only get a single, but more importantly he will retain the strike. Juman 62 for 7 now at the end of 29 overs.
Another good over by Prasad. But maybe, just maybe, Keshav, Presentation College should be looking to ramp it up a little bit on the attack, tighten that grip to take down the tail enders. Now that they just have 3 wickets in hand.
I see the umpire signaling for drinks at the end of this over. And you know, usually whenever that happens, something happens before or after the break. So we'll wait to see whether the umpire's signal will cause any change in proceedings.
Dead ball.
Strong wind again.
And it's Ramtahal again from that southern end, coming around the wicket to the left-handed Juman. Juman drives straight back to the bowler, just pushes it back.
That was pulled down.
No run, straight to the fielder, no run.
Juman rehearsing what he would have done if the situation was not as tense. Flight again. Driven.
I would like to see a little more attack taken to them here now at this stage. They are allowing for them to settle, for the batsmen to settle. And in a situation like this, you'd want to tighten that grip. Make something happen.
This is cut away, but straight to the fielder again for no run. I think very soon we'll be seeing a change, if not immediately after the water break, because Prasad has bowled 7 or 8 overs, if not so on the trot. And like I said, Brendan Boodoo still has to bring himself on, even though he's a right arm wrist spinner and there's 2 left-handers at the crease. This is in the air. Juman deposits that one wide of the fielder, long on for a welcome boundary. That was a juicy full toss from Ramtahal and really well played from Juman in the end. Smart shot. Had to place it wide of the fielder and ensure that he got the maximum result.
Bowler just slipping up a little bit there. Maybe a little lapse in concentration maybe. Ball just coming out a bit full, giving the batsman an opportunity to free up his arms. Would have been the first boundary that Ramtahal would have conceded also. Drags this one down a bit straighter. Juman just pushing it to the offside for no run. And that would wrap up this over, the 30th over. 66 for the loss of 7, and they are going for a drinks break. Join you back shortly. And after the drinks break, Riyadh is back into the attack from the north end. Riyadh with excellent figures of 13 for 3 just after 8. This is his 9th over bowl being bowled. They appeal for the LBW, but that one seems to just be going down the leg side. Pitching it just a bit too wide on this occasion. Stepping back and pushing this one to mid-off. No run.
And he's striking him on the pad now, but the umpire is unmoved. From the moment he turned to appeal, saw the umpire just shaking his head. Went wide off the crease that time. Oh, did it just pitch outside of leg?
Pitch outside of leg, turned back, but struck him. I think it struck him outside of leg as well. That's why the umpire probably showed no interest on that occasion.
Cut in the air, but in the gap, and this will run close to the boundary. Will it go in? It does. Good looking shot there from Lal. He's giving himself some room. Even though it was in the air, it was safely away from the fielder at that cover position. Over the infield. So welcome runs flowing for Hillview College now. Lal up to 10, Juman on 9. And solid as a rock.
Very smart batting from Lal. He's not getting carried away. Well defended in the end.
Yeah, 70 for 7 after 31. And in fact, I would think that this partnership is probably one of the most fruitful in the innings.
Bringing some stability, most definitely. I think we're going to see a change of bowling from the southern end. And Brendan Boodoo is going to bowl his first over from the southern end. So let's see what this change is going to bring about in the innings for the Presentation College team. His first delivery is going to bowl over the wicket to Juman. Juman, who just guides it down to point for no run, straight to a fielder. Good start by Boodoo. Juman swipes at this one. It misses the outside edge and goes to the keeper. So showing a bit of aggression here now. It's Juman looking to attack the new bowler early on. Oh, that flight just dipping on Juman at the last instance.
So as I was calling for it, the introduction of Brendan Boodoo, the captain.
Wide delivery, he'll have to reload that one.
The thing with Brendan is that even though he's a right-arm spinner, he does have the variation to take the ball away from the left-hander, as the googly has the flipper, top spinner. And even his traditional leg spin is accurate. Also one of those bowlers that gets through his overs quickly, so would be an interesting challenge here for these two left-handers. Would they take him on?
The appeal goes up for catch. Umpire's not interested. The ball came off the pad of Juman on that occasion.
In the air. Oh.
There's a mix-up in the field, and he returns it to the keeper.
And he misses the chant and the stumps, and it will run into the boundary.
4 overthrows. How unfortunate.
Really a comedy of errors there.
Oh, they mix up the drama.
See here, there's a mix-up at the crease, threw at the stumps and missed it. Ideally, could have probably thrown for the wicketkeeper's gloves because Juman was halfway and
miles away
yeah,
from that crease.
I think if he attempted to throw it into the gloves of the wicketkeeper, would have been an easy tipping off the bails. Nonetheless, Juman lives to fight another day, and 75 for 7 at the end of 32 as Prasad seems to be set to continue his final over of his spell. 3 wickets for 17 up to this stage.
Well, he had an awesome time so far at the crease. Very smart bowling. Very tight line, which he's consistent with. Pitching that ball consistently on that leg stump and turning it away from the left-handed batsman, the left-handed Lal. Lal takes a sweep at it, goes straight up into the, it falls in no man's land. And they get a single off that delivery.
Every single run from Lal has been applauded, and I like this energy from the Hillview team. You wonder if it was just perhaps lacking a bit for the previous batters, whether they didn't get the same momentum going as they lost those wickets quickly.
But indeed boost the confidence of the batsmen at strike at the moment. Juman takes to the crease. Beating the outside edge.
That was a beauty. Prasad will really be looking to get a wicket in this final over.
Prasad is hyped and thirsty for another wicket. A little quicker, kept a little lower. Just passing the outside of off stump. Batsman bravely left this one alone. Juman is reading these balls really, really well.
Flatter delivery. Last delivery of his spell. Prasad, what can he produce now? Ooh, it keeps low. And they're stuck away into the leg side. They should be able to get...
They will settle for the single.
Well, I was now going to say they should get 2, but...
Juman would like to keep the strike to face Budu in the next over.
And that completes the end of the spell from Riyad Prasad. 10 overs, a maiden, and 3 wickets for 19 runs. Really excellent from the youngster. And we see the Valvoline flags flying in the breeze. The original engine oil, #1 trusted brand. Cameraman says it keeps his car functioning all the time. As Budu continues, and now it's getting to a bit of test match battle. Like the challenge that has been thrown back to Presentation College by the Hillview batsman.
Bodu with one slip. This one he would have turned it back into the left-hander, but just defending it. Just one man in the deep square leg there. This one keeping low. Keeper struggling a bit. Striking him on his pad. Bodu also going through his over very quickly. 3 balls already completed. 3 more to go.
And oh, you could see there Juman signaling with his hand. That was the wrong one. The googly used from Bodu. Left alone on this occasion. Once it's not on the stumps or not troubling him, Juman is happy to leave those deliveries alone. Knows that he still has some time in the crease, and the longer he stays is the more runs he can accumulate. Sensible batting from the youngster.
Beaten again.
I think he just pulled out of the shot at the last minute. It seemed as if he was putting the bat and just decided to pull it back.
Another maiden completed. This one by Brendan Bodu. That was his second over, maiden over. After 34 overs, the score is 77 for 7.
And we're going to see a change in bowling from this northern end as Prasad has finished his spell. Riyad Mohammed is going to take up the attack, and this is a novel moment indeed, because I have not really seen Riyad Mohammed with the ball much. I've seen him with the bat many times. Good colleague, very talented youngster. So I'm excited to see what he will produce here. Looks like it's going to be some right hand off spin.
At 77 for 7, Keshav, are we going to see any of the umpires skipping around?
Well, you never know. On the first delivery, it's just fended a bit uppishly. Perhaps if there any fielders closer in, might have had a chance, but
after that ball, maybe they might need to bring a silly point in.
should be looking for singles on those opportunities once that goes to the fielder. They just have to be positive with their call in between the wickets. And he's got him. Just wonder if the wicketkeeper flicked the ball onto the stumps instead of clipping the base with his hand to determine whether it's stumped or run out. But you can see Riyad Mohammed strikes. Oh, that spin took his back foot out of the crease. Oh, and he stumped. He reached out with his right glove and clipped the bales. But
just walked out of the crease on that occasion.
I must say, kudos to the young man. He certainly put up a very good fight there. Vinayak Lal, the wicketkeeper, and beaten for turn, I would say as well, because that was a really good delivery from Riyad Mohammed. The thing is, he was facing those deliveries from Prasad before with some confidence, probably just a new bowler, causing a change in mindset. Look at that, the extra flight as well. It went up in high level and it was a bit slower than the deliveries from Prasad. So that extra second probably caused him to lean forward and overbalance.
It drew him out of that crease.
Correct, and that lack of balance is what led him to leave the crease with his back foot.
So success.
Subconsciously, yeah.
Success in change with this new bowler, Riyad Mohammed.
Now I was going to mention at the end of this over that this partnership is the largest partnership for the innings, and they have batted the most amount of overs. I wanted to wait until the end of the over to avoid the fabled commentator's curse. Look at that flight from Riyad Mohammed.
I wonder if that was intentional or was it a slip of the arm?
Well, he raises his hand to
He apologized.
apologize, so I think it's a slip. And they're encouraging him to flight it because the new batsman, Matthew Panchu, seems to be packing a punch. Looks like he hit the
heckling.
ball a mile away. Yeah.
Bit of heckling taking place now. Batsman defending this one.
And the irony is that the Hillview College team are the ones heckling the bowler when they are 77 for 8. You gotta love this game of cricket and the passion of these youngsters in the secondary schools cricket league. End of the 35th over. 77 for 8. Riyad Mohammed striking with a wicket maiden.
You can't plan for these things.
No, you really can't. That's why I said at the start of the over I was excited to see what Riyad was going to produce.
Hadn't I not heard Keshaw's comments prior, I would have sworn that Riyad was a seasoned.
Seasoned campaigner. Left hand opening bat. Juman. An appeal for going behind, but umpire decides against. Now, just as we look to the left, out of the view of the screen, as you see this replay, some grey clouds are just hovering. And I'm sure the Presentation College team will be mindful. They know that this location, whenever rain falls, it tends to lead to a stoppage just due to the angle and the fact that the ground is situated in somewhat of a small valley. So they'd want to get these two remaining wickets as best as they can. Some miscommunication there for the single. And also the Presentation College fielders seem to have a misunderstanding as
Panchu took a while to take off there.
well, I'm not sure if he was backing up properly or at all.
Needs to tighten up on the communication between the wickets to avoid any mishaps in running right now at this stage.
And leg slip in play. I like the setup of Panchu, I must say. With the way he raises his bat, it's as if he's ready to launch. Would really be curious to see him connect one of those deliveries, see how far he can strike that ball. So you can see high back lift and the front foot just right before the bowler delivers. You would see his trigger movement. Look at it here. High back lift. And he just steps back with the back foot. Give himself some more depth in the crease. Oh! The leg slip almost comes into play. Well, he did come into play in terms of making a stop, but in terms of a catch,
You would have seen Buru go over and around the wicket for that last delivery.
he knows
So
that
changing the
he gets
angle
yeah.
on Panchu. Very smart cricket. Very good planning. Very good execution. Smart cricket. It's good to see when these plans come together and manifest themselves. It's Mohammed again from the northern end. Continuing around the wicket. Driven back to the bowler. Returns to the keeper.
Some aggression with a smile. We really love to see the action here.
No harm intended.
That's all fair play.
Left alone by Juman. We have seen that on more than one occasion, rather regularly by Juman.
That's what I said before. He's going to leave it alone once it's not bothering him. Once it's not on the line of stumps, he's content. The longer he stays is the longer he has a chance to score runs. Wait for the bad deliveries. Wait for when he get opportunity. We saw he received a full toss in one of those overs from Ramtahal and he put it away.
Now, Keshav, that's not a bad approach to take when you know that you have support from the other end. But we have seen that the wickets are falling fast on the other end. So does that mean that Juman probably needs to step it up a bit, being the batsman with more experience on this occasion?
Now the irony is, you would have seen with Lal, he actually accelerated a bit in terms of his innings more than Juman. He was going a bit quicker. Oh, popped it
Just
back off for the return
wide
catch
of the
chance.
bowler.
And Riyad Bubbles Mohammed does not take the catch. I'll leave you to guess why that nickname Bubbles might have come about at some point. Just out of the reach, a valiant effort indeed from the youngster.
We'll have to look on and see what would have pinned that name onto Riyad.
Well, it depends on if the catch is going straight to his hand or not. But yes, as I was mentioning before, Lal, the previous batsman, he was growing in confidence, and it actually led to his demise because he played a shot that he normally would not have played before. It was a new bowler at the crease. And generally he would have defended. There you see Panchu defending that one. It could have been a single. I think Juman is farming the strike in terms of trying to face majority of the deliveries and not allowing the new batsman to risk being dismissed.
Yes, he would have refused Panchu that run on that occasion because he would like to have the strike at this northern end here.
That's the only explanation I could think of for...
With credibility.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, at the same point in time, you are playing for runs.
True.
So you would think, you know, probably look to score as much runs as you can. I think their first target they would have in mind would be 100.
But Juman, maybe after seeing the plot being led against Panchu in the last over by Budu, he doesn't want to expose him. So now Budu comes over the wicket to Juman. Juman.
That's a beautiful shot from Juman. Really well played from the youngster. Is showing his all-round ability, not just patience and resilience in batting long at the crease and respecting the good deliveries, but taking advantage of deliveries that are in his arc and following stride.
Well struck straight back. Good boundary. And that shows exactly what his intentions were to have the strike against Budu.
Peas out the outside edge this time and they get a single. Look
quick
for a chance for more and they will get more. And a chance for a run out at the strikers and
Panchu falls just short of the crease.
Really unfortunate dismissal there for Panchu. That's what you call an oxymoron in reality there, because what should have been a penalty for the fielding team turned out to be a reward in the end. An overthrow led to a dismissal in the run-out fashion.
Oxymoron on two occasions, because in an attempt to hide Panchu,
and when you look at the replay there again, he was running with the bat in his hand and didn't even try to extend it to dive or to... I think if he...
In an attempt to protect Panchu, he exposed him to a run out. So it's double oxymoron on this case.
Well, that as well.
Double oxymoron.
And look at it here. You can see his hand is holding the bat even until the bowler collects the ball, and then he decides to release the bat from his hand to ground.
No urgency whatsoever.
I do feel this for Panchu though, because he didn't really shape up badly. He seemed to have a nice batting stance and seemed to have a stable platform.
Good technique display.
Yeah. With that high backlift, I would have liked to see him play one or two strokes, but unfortunately not his day. As Darren Oxley enters the field of play, 84 for 9, last man in for Hillview College. What can Juman do?
Third ball of Budu's over. Pulls it into Juman, who just defends it off.
Well, we're going to see more of this from Juman. He's certainly not going to give Oxley the strike if he did not give it to Panchu.
Driving it straight back to Buru.
And just taking you back to not only the oxymoron, but the irony of the dismissal is that he was willing to give him the strike. He actually took the single and was content with the single. And when the overthrow occurred and he was able to come back for 2, that's what led to the run out of the opposite end. You know, it's a tough task.
Driving this one straight back to long on. Just for a single.
And the 5th delivery, so it leaves 1 delivery for Oxley to survive.
Let's see what Oxley has to offer. Will he defend? Will he go at it? Only time will tell. He has the support from his teammates, I could tell you that. Oxley batting right arm. Buru coming over the wicket. A small tweak to the field, bringing one of the men from leg side into the offside position. Looking for that drive.
And he's off the mark. Oxley to resounding applause from the Hillview supporters. Comes back for a comfortable 2 in the end.
Good backing up by the fielder there. That was a confident shot played away on the leg side. Oxley looks in good touch.
87 for 9 after 38.
Juman faces Mohammed. Mohammed is his first ball of the over. Wide leg side. Beating the keeper. Running down to the boundary. One man gives chase.
Cuts into the gap.
And they settle for the single.
Well, I think after what happened in the last time they tried to take 2, might have been advised.
But had they run that first one hard, they would have comfortably gotten one with the throw.
Yep.
They need to scrape all the runs they could at this stage with no wickets in hand. New batsman defending well, just pushing it on to the man at short mid wicket. Mohammed going over the wicket to the new batsman.
And this is played straight down the ground for a single.
Takes a single to bring Juman back into strike. 2 more balls for Juman to face in this over. Bowler calling the men up from the deep.
Yeah, He doesn't want to give away an easy single. Oh, very cheeky from Juman. Really intelligent indeed.
Just stepping across the wicket and playing it backward of square in that gap, getting that single comfortably. And he will now retain strike in the next over.
It just saw a little playful bump between him and Riyad Mohammed.
Very smart thinking.
I love this camaraderie on display. Intense battle out there, but still colleagues off the field.
Let's see now if Oxley's going to defend this one.
Well, I'm sure Presentation College will want to wrap this up as soon as possible. They don't want to have to bowl 50 overs. Juan goes in the air. There's the fielder. Chance for the catch and he drops it. I think he only got one run. I think he stood there waiting to see flight. Juman went for it. Looks like Cyan Charles, is it? Out on the boundary there. Should have been taken.
Puru comes in over the wicket. Bowls to the right hander, beats the keeper, beats the man at first slip. Running down to the boundary. But it will be recovered. And they get one.
The wicketkeeper, we saw on a few occasions after he started off very solid. And recently he has let some deliveries past, perhaps just rising too early, not staying down long enough. And we have a brief pause in the game where it is Cyan Charles, in fact, who is coming off the field after that attempted catch. Perhaps damaged his finger. And on comes on Aidan Tune. Very solid character.
Comes in around the wicket this time. Angles the ball into the batsman, who just pushes it to the man at short cover. Oh, we'd see the wrong one on this occasion, turning away from the batsman. He guides it straight to the fielder.
Extra bounce as well. Oh, that's a freebie. That should run away for 4. And it does. Again, nicely played from Juman.
Full toss on the leg side there.
Yeah. It was dipping, but dipping in the wrong direction. And that's meat and drink for any batsman who has been at the crease for quite some time as Juman. He pushes up to 29 or 70 deliveries. If I were in Juman's position, I'd look to bat myself to a half century. Certainly enough deliveries remain.
Well driven in the cover region. He gets a single.
And that single also raises the 100 for Hillview College. 100 for 9. And that's the end of the 40th over. So at this case, the projected score 125. And you see the batsman just having a bit of a drink out there in the middle. But I think in terms of momentum, cricket is such a funny game that even though the score is still nowhere where Hillview College would want it to be, this innings from Juman can certainly give them some positive energy to go forward when they have to bowl.
Most definitely. We see one heavy cloud creeping its way in. Hopefully it poses no threat. That breeze just pushes it along.
Yeah, and the sun is certainly beating down, so very interesting combination of weather factors. You also see some
Ashes.
Yep.
Philip with 3 remaining comes back into the attack over the wicket. Full
toss delivery, first ball caught and bowled, Ravi.
My
Could you have
God.
scripted that any better?
Were the Ashes a sign?
Well,
Keshav?
it may have been a sign of the previous Ashes between Australia and England, if anything. That was a sign of England's performance in the Ashes. But really, what a soft way to be dismissed after such a valiant effort from Kadir Juman to post a formidable target for Hillview College. He finishes his innings on 30, the top scorer for the innings. Believe, yes, that is correct. Tyler Ramroop, the second top scorer with 28, and Juman faced 72 deliveries for his long vigil at the crease. So Hillview College 100 all out in the 41st over. Zion Phillip picking up his second wicket. Your thoughts on that innings, Ravi?
What an innings. I think it should have been wrapped up quite a bit earlier, seeing that they were just 50-something for the loss of 5 wickets. So they should have put a little bit more pressure earlier on, and I think they would have wrapped it up way longer. But it is what it is, and there's a saying, man plans and God laughs. So we can't plan for these things. But now it's 101 is the now needed target, and they have 50 long overs to make this score.
Well, we'd envisage that they should not take all 50 overs to reach that score. I feel within the first 20, you might possibly see Presentation College trying to get that victory, knowing the batting prowess that they have, the likes of Riyad Mohammed, Brendan Budu, just to name a couple, and Ethan Ramcharan as well in the mix. So as the players will take intermission before they restart, we will also take a break and rejoin you as soon as we are ready to resume play. Welcome back here to the Union Hall Recreational Ground in southern Trinidad for this encounter between Presentation College San Fernando and Hillview College. Hillview College would have batted first in this encounter and they scored 100 all out in their 40.1 overs. That means that Presentation College San Fernando would require 101 runs in 50 overs. And as we look set to resume play, I am Keshav Bahadur Singh alongside Mr. Ravi Jagrup. Good afternoon to you again, Ravi.
Good afternoon, Keshav. I trust that you had a good lunch, my brother.
Indeed, indeed. Sustenance thanks to one of our sponsors, KFC, a staple in Trinidad and Tobago. And as you mentioned sponsors, we'd also like to thank two of the sponsors for today's stream. Valvoline, the #1 and original engine oil, as well as Edon Limited, engineering and procurement solutions. So we're just about set for the first delivery. Tyler Ramroop opens the bowling, also opened the batting, so you can already see he's a all-rounded youngster. And opening the batting for Presentation College San Fernando, Riyad Mohammed, the left-hander, and Levi Gani.
Well, a small score on the board, Keshav, but you know that small scores, despite being small, could still be a challenge. It all depends on how the batsmen choose to take it on. So let's see what approach these guys take from the very get-go.
Yep, and just before we resume play, we know that there was some dark and threatening clouds hovering around. They seem to have blown away, thankfully. And the weather remains ideal for cricket. Not too hot, no rain, just cool and overcast. And that's a flash shot from Riyad Mohammed, and he's caught behind. Tyler Ramroop gets the breakthrough for Hillview College, and Riyad Mohammed has to go without scoring. No runs on the board for Presentation College, and the first wicket down.
Now, as we just would have mentioned, yes, it is a small score, but look what would have happened. Riyad Mohammed would have lost his wicket for no run. So early on in the innings, we have the loss of their opening batsman. So now it is a challenge. The challenge increases now for the Presentation College side.
And look at this here, to see whether that ball passed close to the bat or not. Riyad doesn't seem to think so. And it does seem to be a very, very tight call indeed. The umpire obviously in the best position to make that decision. It seems as if there was some space between the ball and the bat. So
Well, the umpire definitely heard something.
I think it's understandable to see why Riyad, his reaction, even after he played the shot, normally you would see a batsman move guilty or just walk away if he thinks he hit it, but Riyad just stood there composed because he seemed to be confident in the fact that the ball did not touch the bat at all. So it's 0 for 1.
Keeping very low. Tyler is not a very tall bowler. And the ball skids right through. Not a lot of height he's being able to manufacture off the pitch. So that's something the batsman will have to pay attention to. But so far, all his deliveries were outside the line of the off stump. Comes in again. Same line. Asking for that batsman to just fish and drive outside that line of the off stump.
Well, what a start we've seen here. No runs scored, 1 wicket down. Only 100 runs on the board, but the score is there to defend. Flashing at this one and an appeal again, but umpire decides that it's not out this time as the first over is complete from Tyler Ramproop. It's 0 for the loss of 1. Presentation College San Fernando. And we take a look at this replay again. And thanks to our producer and his skills, we are able to see a slowed down and zoomed in version. And look at this delivery. Mohammed going to cut, and it definitely seems to have passed above the bat from that close-up angle. Didn't really see any deviation at all after the ball passed, and even it was a thin edge, didn't really hear much either. The umpire, as you said, seems to have heard something.
He would have heard something to convince him to go up after that appeal. It was a confident appeal.
Yeah, confident indeed. But again, just looking at the body language of the batsman, and
but Gani's now on strike, facing his first delivery from Juman.
Juman deciding to open the bowling in the power play and create some pressure. He's one of the senior players in that side with bat and ball, as we saw with his top score of 30.
Juman is coming left arm around to the right-hander.
And that's a flat delivery and runs down the leg side. They get 1, should come back for 2, but no, decide against it.
Umpire signals wide. That'll be 2 wides off that delivery. Just trying to choke the batsman for space, but overcompensating and ending up wide of the line. Let's see what adjustment Juman makes.
And that's a good delivery, but also well played. Just seemed to open the face at the last minute.
Just guided it wide of that first slip.
And able to get 2 runs comfortably in the end.
Philip is the man on strike. Philip, who had a good session with the ball earlier, he's now entrusted with opening the innings with the batting, and a good cut shot through square, and it finds the boundary. Excellent shot by Philip.
And some good work on the boundary as well to pull it back in and restrict them to only 2.
That ball looks like it ran out of gas.
It was a bit too short from Juman and wide, allowed Philip to play that shot with quite some ease, and even though he's coming at 1 down, effectively opened the innings due to that dismissal of Riyad Mohammed. And this is a really nice looking shot from Philip. He doesn't need to run this time at all. Badly lined from Juman on the leg side, and Philip with a comfortable looking slug sweep gets that behind square for 4.
Played it well off his hips there. Just got into the line of that delivery, closed the line and whipped it off the hips. Backward of square.
Yeah, well, Philip tends to favor that sweep shot. I saw him in the Trinidad and Tobago under 15 tournament, well, the regional under 15 tournament last year, where he featured for Trinidad and Tobago, and in one of his innings at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, he played the sweep shot quite a lot, sometimes not even to get the boundary, but just to get a single or 2, because they realized it was one of his strengths and they set the field. But the reason why I'm emphasizing that shot is because for a youngster to play a sweep shot shows a great command of his ability to maintain balance and his eyes on the ball as well as technique, because it's not one of the easier shots to play. And what it entails is that when you go down to that ground level, Again, balance important because you don't want your back foot to lift. You don't want to lift your front either too much for the ball to go aerial or uppish. You have to ensure your head is still when you make contact with the ball, and also the ability to roll your wrist after playing the shot to keep it along the ground. In this instance, he hit it in the air because there was no protection, so by all means, you can use that adaptation to suit. But you know, it's just testament to all of the skills that they teach you as a young cricketer, Ravi.
Just to add 2 cents to that, Keshav, I'm sure you agree with me that it also holds a little element of risk, because when you angle to play that shot, it would expose the stumps at your back. So you need to be very confident when executing a shot as such.
Of course, it's the sort of shot that it's risk or reward. You know, if you execute it properly, you more than likely will get a reward with runs or even boundaries, as most times they tend to leave that part of the field vacant, and only if the batsman is strong then they set the field that they have a game plan in play. And apart from that, we know over the years, one of the persons who I enjoyed seeing play the sweep shot all those times, Brian Lara. Alright, and even in terms of the modern day setup, you don't see it being employed as often, even though it's one of those shots where players who are confident against spin, they tend to use that in their arsenal. In modern day cricket, you see more of the just opening the face of the bat, or sometimes the late cuts.
And that sweep shot will give you additional reach. Philip is not a very big guy, but using this technique, he'll get a better reach to close that gap between where the ball pitches. It seems that they're having some difficulty recovering the ball at the moment.
Yeah, it's a thick crop of, I don't want to say grass, because it's more like bush, as they refer to it, Trinidad, based on the height.
A good place to invest in maybe a couple goats.
Yeah, it will benefit everyone, the animals as well as the landscape. So they have sent a replacement ball to use. Of course, just 2 overs old, if so much.
Sensible batting by the young Philip. Coming forward and defending that one well. Could see a lot of confidence in his batting from his body language and his choice of shots.
He's a stroke player. He likes to get the scoreboard moving. It's good to see the balance in terms of playing those attacking shots and then finishing it off with solid defense. 11 for 1 after 2. Tyler Ramroop is going to continue after his maiden wicket in the first over.
Just a little wide. This first ball, he'll have to reload that one. Philip, left-hander. And you know we were speaking earlier on about goats. And who is the goat himself, the left-hander, Mr. Brian Charles Lara?
Of course.
Oh, beautiful, beautifully guided here to the man at point.
Element of flair with that shot, even though it's defensive and no run scored. You can sense the confidence.
Just look as his form, his follow through. You could see that confidence, that positive energy outpouring from the young Philip.
It's a good delivery from Ramroop, just on or around that Yorker length, cramping Philip for any room.
Could see that he would have tightened back up on that line, especially after the first delivery of this over. He would have gone a little bit wide of leg stump. He would have pulled back on that line now, and his accuracy is on point.
What's interesting here as well is that Levi Gani has not faced.
Not only one ball. Striking him on the pad, the appeal goes up. It will seem to be going down the leg side. The umpire shows no interest. And they run one leg by. Well, Keshav, you're speaking about Gani. Let's see what Gani brings to the crease now.
Yes, so they can see now taking his guard, now getting into stride. About to face up.
See if he gets off the mark. Playing it onto the leg side.
Wait for the signal to see if there was bat or pad. And looks to be bat.
So he's officially off the mark.
Actually, no, it's the umpire belatedly
We call it too early.
signals the leg by.
Umpire took quite a bit of a delayed period to give us that signal there. Maybe just a little lethargic after a heavy lunch.
Yeah, it's possible indeed. I'm also trying to remember if Gani did face a ball in the first over, because as I recall, Riyad Mohammed was on strike and he was dismissed. And then since Zion Philip came to the crease, he has maintained the strike. So perhaps just a bit of confirmation required on that. But nonetheless, what's guaranteed is that he's still not yet off the mark. Oh, it's a really exquisite shot there from Zion Philip.
Beautiful drive through the offside.
No better sight than seeing the ball speed all along the carpet for four. Look at this delivery, was just a bit over pitched, and Philip, opening the face of the bat, was able to place it between the fielders at cover and point, and finished off that over with boundary, adding to the total 18 for 1 after 3. So despite that first wicket falling without a run being scored, the difficulty with having a small total to defend is that once boundaries are scored in a power play, gives the batting team that added advantage, and they're already going at 6 runs and over. Levi Gani now to face up to Juman.
Yes, it immediately takes that pressure off.
And that's a
Gani's
shot that looks to release pressure when there's none.
swings, a big swing. Ball delivered pretty wide of that off stump. He has to be mindful because there's a slip in place.
That's better. He's now facing Juman, so it's cut away really nicely. This should run away to the boundary for 4 as well. And it does.
That one was maybe a bit too short, a bit too wide. It gave the batsman room to free up his arms there. With a lovely cut shot.
Now I'm just wondering, in terms of the field placement, why he did not leave the fielder out on a boundary. I believe he had him there in the previous over, and he was inside the circle there with only one fielder out at long on. And this time it should just be a single straight to the field. Oh, he stumbles. Lost his footing.
Back-to-back boundaries.
Indeed, it's not the best delivery either. Again, short and wide outside the off stump, allowing Gani to play that cut shot with quite some ease. Ball just stood up there to be hit. And in fact, if I was Juman and bowling this line, I would put two fielders out on the off stump.
Bowling that line and bowling short as well, I don't see the long on fielder coming into play at any time.
At all. I'd probably put either a deep point and the cover, or the cover as well as an extra cover, just to give you that protection, because it's a short boundary.
That's right.
In the air, and now the long on might come into play, or the media tent might come into play. And it actually lands right in the tent of the Hillview College team for 6. Some extra flight from Juman on this occasion. And he didn't hit that with any confidence at all. It just skied up in the air. Our cameraman, Mr. Shepherd, was ducking for cover to ensure his safety. But nonetheless, it's 6 in the end. 32 for 1 after 4. 69 required and 276 deliveries.
Ramrup queues up again. Ramrup is on his 3rd over. He's taking it from the southern end. Facing him is Philip. He comes around the wicket to Philip. Pounds this one into the ground. Just wide, and Philip takes a single. Did he get any bat on that?
Nope.
No, the umpire calls a wide. So 2 wides in the first ball of Tyler Ramrup's 2nd over. Gani plays and he finally gets off the mark. Just for a single, they don't take the second run, they decide against it. Philip wants to retain the strike. Current run rate going at 8.4 and over. Well over the required run rate, 1.44 needed. Second legal delivery. Pitches it on off stump. It moves away from the left-handed Philip.
There you can just see in the distance again some dark clouds forming.
I don't think it might pose a threat. It looks well south of the ground area. One slip in play. Pitched, keeping very, very low, almost skidding on. Umpire calls a wide. Maybe if he lines it up between leg and middle, and gets that ball to skid onto the batsman, he might cause some problems. So he needs to work on that line a bit because he's not getting any elevation, no bounce.
And that could work to his advantage, as you said. Once you pitch it in the right areas on the line of the stumps, LBW and bold comes into play. Oh, it's really nicely played. This time straight to the fielder, but powerfully struck, so it was through the hands for a single.
He's on the correct score here. Gani faces, pulls angled into Gani, he plays it down the leg side, just guides it towards that man deep down there in the leg area.
Oh, and that's a interesting delivery from Ramrup. One that unfortunately did not reach to the other side of the pitch.
Just stuck in his hand there. Might need to wear some steel-toed boots if he continues bowling those.
Well, I can tell you almost every cricketer has had that happen at some point in his career. So take nothing away from it, young man. It's totally fine.
Around the wicket he comes to Philip. Oh, beautiful delivery, beating the outside edge of Philip on this occasion. He's intriguing Philip to drive, and with that slight away movement, it would have beaten the outside edge.
That's where he needs to continue to pitch. He needs to find his radar and zone in on it.
Philip disappointed with himself after that shot. Similar delivery. Philip driving at it but hitting it straight to point. No run conceded off that delivery. As Ramrup closes his third over, the score is now 39 for 1 after the completion of 5 overs. Just 62 needed to bring a victory. The breeze has subsided quite a bit here after lunch.
It's in fact just dropped a sort of lull in terms of the weather. Very still. Calm setting. Breeze now responding to your call and has resumed us. Change of bowling. It's going to be Zion from Hillview, not from Prez.
Zion comes over the wicket, bowls into the right-handed batsman Gani, and he chokes him there a little bit for space, cramps him for space. Forced to push it to the man at mid-wicket. Gives this one a bit more flight.
And it goes over the ropes again into the 10th of the Hillview College team for another 6. Gani is on the attack here. Once it's pitched up, he's going to go at it no matter what. And I like, we'll take a look at that replay again to see how he played the shot. You would see that his head was still, he kept it down, and he was confident. That's why this one was even bigger than the previous. Look at that. Kept his head still and then raised it after the shot.
With a good follow through.
Indeed. I'm sure he got the full force required. This is flat in the air again. Chance for a catch, but might drop short, and it does.
So Gani now making his intentions very clear. He's going after the bowler. He's going after Zion. Zion is a new bowler at the crease, so he's not giving him a chance to settle. He's attacking him immediately. putting pressure on that bowler immediately.
Well, this is the matchup here. Zion to Zion.
Very
Zion.
good observation, Keshav.
Zion Daniel to Zion Philip.
Oh, what a beautiful delivery.
Many times in cricket you might see players with the same first name facing up each other, but that's when it's a Harry or a Steve or something that's very common.
Oh, he's bowling a very tight line. Zion is bowling a very tight line to Zion. Pitching it on that leg stump area. Just backward of our length.
And that's played nicely from Philip. Cut away through the legs of Panchu, and it goes all the way for 4. So as Zion Daniel tried to breach the defenses of Zion Philip, that stroke exemplified that he's batting with the force of an iron like a lion
In Zion. Kudos to my commentator, my co-commentator.
Of course, that famous song from none other than Robert Nesta Marley.
That was a beautiful cut shot. Very commanding.
And granted, the fielding
Came in,
a bit
came in a little hot.
better, yeah. Unfortunate, I really do feel it for Panchu, I must say, after that run out. And you know, you could just tell that it really upset the young man.
Ramrup is now coming to the right-hander. Good line, just outside the off stump. Asking Gani to drive. Gani flung at it, missed everything. Gani now has to recompose himself, rethink his plot, change his strategy. But the question is, will this next one keep low?
Well, it's a really good stop. Excellent in the field from Sagar. Nathan Sagar. That's what they need. They need the fielders to support the bowlers and encourage some momentum for the fielding team. All is not lost as yet. Cricket is such a funny game that anything can happen. Once you get
Anything
one
can
wicket, it can bring 2, 3 and turn it in your favor.
Runs up over the wicket. Defended by Gani. No runs in the over so far. Half of the over gone. Good over so far for Ramrup. Ramrup with just 12 runs in his spell so far. He also harvested 1 wicket of the open batsman. He drives it, it keeps in the air for some time, but it penetrates the gap between those two fielders. Run down to the boundary line, but is recovered. And they get 2 runs off of that cover drive.
And more importantly, the 50 coming up for Presentation College San Fernando. 51 for 1 in just the 7th over.
Both Gani and Philip look very confident at this time. Oh, he works it well onto the leg side. Just takes a single. Bringing Philip into strike. Good rotation of the strike. This will keep the scoreboard ticking, and that's what they want. Keep the runs coming onto the board.
Yeah.
Keep that pressure onto the fielding side. Philip faces the last delivery for this over by Tyler Ramrup. Tyler comes around the wicket for Philip. Hits it straight.
Really good stop there from Panchu.
Straight to Panchu. I think they are really bringing the test to Panchu here today on the field.
Yep, and he did well to stop that one. Got everything behind it to ensure that there was no room for the ball to pass. And finishes the over. The score on 53 for 1 after 7. 48 required now.
Still have that man down there at corner searching for that ball.
Coming into this game, Levi Gani, 4 innings, 157 runs total, average of 39.25 and a strike rate of 111. He scored 60 against Naprima College the first game, 58 against St. Mary's, 20 against Preciagonas and 19 against QRC. So he's definitely in some form, Levi Gani, 6th on the run scoring leaderboard.
Zion to Philip, angling that one to the legs. He just plays it off to the onside for a single, bringing Gani onto strike. Zion just switches over. He will come over the wicket to Gani. Gani will have that ball angling into him. He has some protection here in the long off area. But not much other than that. Would he look to work his way onto the leg side? And most definitely so.
And that's really smartly played. Wide of the field that long on. And what a stylistic shot. I mean, it was in between a pull as well as whipping. A very unique shot.
I also think he intentionally wanted to get some height on that, just to cross the infield. We are seeing all the colors of Gani here today. As easy as you would like. Let's see if Zion is going to adjust. Let's see if he's going to bowl it a little bit fuller, a little bit wider. Giving it some flight. And he drives it into the cover region. A man coming around the deep, but the ball finds the boundary for 4 runs.
It's the same outcome. Just on the offside this time.
Back to back fours. 2 stylish shots. Reaping.
Yeah, a bit too much flight on that delivery. But not just too much flight, in fact. It was just too full in the length. Nothing was wrong with the flight if he pulled back the length a bit. But I'd probably try to get him to drive uppishly.
So here, Keshav, we could see that when you put some pressure on a bowler, he will tend to overcompensate in the other direction. The first ball, a bit too short, a bit too wide on the leg side, and this one was too full on the offside.
And that's a better delivery. Goes around the wicket to try and close the angle.
Change the line.
Yep. Get that ball going across the body of Gani. And if there's any turn, to cut back in sharply.
Very good comeback to keep the batsman thinking.
And that's much better.
Pushes it to that man in the short cover region. Very good comeback from the bowler. 1 remaining in the over.
In the air, but it will land safely.
Just a single. You look at the replay, you'll see that it choked him for some space.
Yeah, and it worked in terms of getting him to miscue the shot on this time, but the field was spread, long off and long on out on the boundary, so no chance there for a catch.
So that'll be the end of the 8th over, bringing the score to 63 for the loss of 1 wicket. 38 runs needed in just 252 balls.
And just to give you an update in the scores in the other games, Naprima College, they were bowled out for 160 in 46 overs. Presentation College Chagonas are presently 40 for 1, requiring 121 for victory. The Queen's Royal College were dismissed for 118. Vishnu Boys Hindu College on 70 without loss.
Ramrup on his 5th over, runs in over the wicket to Gani. Oh, and he beats the bat.
An excellent delivery again from Ramrup. And to round it off, Shiva Boys Hindu College made 261 for 5 and St. Mary's College are 20 for 1. This delivery passing dangerously close to the outside edge.
just has Gani pushing at it but beating that outside edge. Push straight to the fielder. No run conceded. So you can see he's working that line on the outside of the off stump. He has a slip there. Trying to manufacture that edge. Plays it straight to fielder. Square leg. No run.
Inside edge on that occasion. God, oh, what a stroke from Levi Gani. Cut away uppishly, but into the gap for 4. Reminds me of a Dinesh Ramden or a Ramnari Sarwan type of shot.
I think Ramnari Sarwan was the man. He favored that offside. Aggressive cut of the ball.
With that Green Nichols power bow and the bandana in the helmet. Trademarks. Levi Gani speeds up to 39.
Speaking of Ramnari Sarwan, just a couple days ago, it was Republic Day in Ghana. Left alone.
It's Republic Day in the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, as their official name is, and we affectionately call them Guyana for simplicity.
One more ball remaining in the over. Let's see if Ram could keep that line. What will he do?
Smartly played from Gani, an excellent single. Love to see that they are still thinking and not just relying on boundaries or to score too quickly, but maximizing every opportunity. 9 gone, 68 for 1.
I agree with you, Keshav, and that's smart batting. Not every ball you'd want to whip it away. It's a 50 over format. It's not the shorter version of the game. All that extra aggression is not required, especially for the situation that they are in at the moment. They are moving along quite consistently, quite comfortably, and quite nicely, with just 33 runs needed for victory.
Yep.
Continuing from the north end, we have Zion Daniel, who's on his 3rd over. Little bit expensive in the last one. Let's see if he can make a little comeback here, as Gani takes his mark on the southern end. Zion is coming around the wicket to Gani.
Cut away stylishly again. And well done by the fielder on the boundary, because there is some awkward bounce and he did his best to try and keep it in play.
Just getting a couple off of that shot there. That'll bring Gani up to 42. Just 8 runs away from his 50.
And I think this is where he needs to show maturity and get to that landmark.
Pulling it to the onside. Have that man there. A deep long on.
You haven't done all the hard work to reach to the stage. Now up to 43, Gani. You need to complete it. And by complete it, I mean not only get to that 50, but remain not out.
That's
in this
right.
Innings. That's what our opener should aspire to do. And if he can do it at this young age, it will just augur well for him going forward.
I think he would have picked up bat before pad. So that appeal for leg before wicket was not slightly considered by the umpire at all. Pull this one a little bit quicker. Philip pushes it to the man in cover region. We still see one of the ground staff still. He's not giving up on that ball. Well defended. And you were speaking just a while ago, Keshav, about maturity. And you can see maturity in these shots. Form, class, well displayed. Proper shots, orthodox shots being played. Left alone. No risk. And moving comfortably after 10 overs. The score is 71 for 1.
It's gonna be change in bowling. So Darren Oxley is the new bowler. We're just awaiting confirmation because the back of his jersey says Mongrel and there's no Mongrel in the team list. So I was just awaiting confirmation from the scorers. And that's what they call a long hop. Usually associated when a spinner produces that sort of delivery, but at the pace with which Oxley provided there, or lack thereof, it stood up in the pitch and allowed Gani to just swivel. He didn't even have to move his feet to get back on a cross or anything to that extent.
With the lack of pace, Gani was able to pull that ball from offside straight across the square. The square leg. Let's see how Oxley answers. Second ball over the wicket to Gani. Pulls it again, but there's protection in that deep square area, square leg area.
Yeah, but this time he pulled it to the fielder at that mid-wicket region, just in front of the square. Previously, it was so slow that he pulled it to the corner region. So Oxley gaining some momentum on that second delivery. Gani moves up to 48, too shy of that half-century mark.
But Gani has accelerated quite a bit. He was well behind Philip, and he has overtaken Philip.
But he faced one delivery in the first 2 overs, or 3 overs. He was just not on strike. And since he has got the chance to have strike at the ball, he's maximized it.
Philip on 21. Standing poised and playing on the back foot, just pushing that ball to the point area. I'm convinced that these guys are batting for the camera.
You just never know in this era of cricket who's looking, whether live or at the footage thereafter, to scout for talent. So youngsters have to put it all on display. Really well played. He waited on that delivery as it was rising, and it goes into the boundary ropes this time. A valiant attempt from the fielder, but it's only so much you can do down there. What I like about the shot from Phillip is that it stood up in the pitch and it could have easily gone uppish, but he waited on it and was able to get it on the ground for 4.
He stood tall when cutting that ball across. He stood really tall. Kept his form, kept his stance, and as you rightfully said, he had the patience and he waited for that ball. Because Oxley is not the fastest out of the lot. With Oxley's pace, Keshav, I would have tried to aim for that region just outside off stump and vary the pace. Push it up a little bit more, not as short. Get that batsman fishing in that area and try to generate something.
Just missing his run up. What they've done well here, Presentation College San Fernando, is that despite losing that early wicket in the first over, these two have batted really smartly and seem to be set to carry them forward to victory. Well played again from Phillip.
Dominant back foot play.
Yeah. Sentiments echoed by his coach. And sometimes it works in your favor, sometimes it doesn't if you get a pitch that's not conducive to back foot play, as 11 overs are completed, it's 81 for 1. You know, in Trinidad and Tobago, sometimes you visit certain grounds where the turf wicket might play a bit lower than usual, whether it be Premier 1, Premier 2, zonal, schools cricket. Doesn't matter, it's just the nature of the turf wickets that we have in Trinidad and Tobago, and the soil, the composition, also the weather is a major factor. And that's what makes cricket the game with the most amount of variables in any sport that would affect the on-field play. Bryce, the new bowler, Jordan Bryce. And right on cue, you can see how that delivery was. I'm trying to find a word. It was bowled with some pace into the pitch,
But it
and
gripped.
it just stood up.
I think that ball stuck in the pitch, gripped and turned back in.
And it just, again, Phillip doing well
It
to wait
stuck.
on it.
Yeah, it would have it stuck in the pitch.
I tell you, those deliveries are wicket-taking ones if the
My
batsmen
word.
are not focusing. Those are easy to just miscue and mistime.
It stuck and held up in the pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah. A little bit more flight given.
Chance for a run out at the non-strikers.
Where was Phillip going?
Looking for the quick single.
Well, it was Phillip's call, but Gani had no interest in running.
In fairness, if he took off, I think he might have been able to reach,
Yeah.
but didn't have the mindset.
No.
Almost identical.
Closing the
area.
angle there on Gani. Gani having to work that one.
Of course, must recall that Gani is on 48, so
He wouldn't want to be taking any unnecessary risks.
exactly.
Or he just stepped back and pull this one.
Well, if we were able to illustrate a wagon wheel of Gani's batting thus far in this innings, majority of his runs have been scored on that leg side region. He has scored some on the offside as well with those cut shots. He does favour the leg side once able. And Philip, on the other hand, loves that offside. You see them very affluent with the back punches as well as the cut shots off the back foot.
Beautifully played off the legs. Just a single.
And that's the half century for Levi Gani as he raises his bat and signals to the supporters a really well played innings from Levi as the score moves up to 85 for 1 at the end of 12 overs. He has reached his 50 off of 37 deliveries, and it truly has been a splendid knock from the young man, a mixture of aggression as well as patience, and he showed that he can balance his batting style to suit the situation. Leading from the front is the right-handed opener for Presentation College, San Fernando, as they require just 16 runs now for victory.
Bryce. Brian Haricharan is a new bowler coming in from the south end. Brian, right arm over the wicket to Gani. Let's see what he brings to the table.
I wonder if there's any relation between Brian Haricharan and Brianna Haricharan, the Trinidad and Tobago as well as West Indies youth player.
Could he change his story here today? Would he penetrate this batting attack? One slip in play for Brian. First ball, right arm over. And Gani defends strongly and confidently. Very watchful against that first delivery. Just probably trying to gauge and feel out Brian. This one, bowl outside the off stump. Gani just punching it to the man at point. No run taken. Wider. And this one skid on a little bit, keeping low. Gani had a flash at it. Umpire signals wide. He'll have to reload that one.
Ooh. For a moment there you thought that it was going into the hands of Haricharan.
Or the head of the umpire.
Oh, either or. Look at that again. He just swatted it back.
Had the umpire ducking for cover.
I thought Haricharan was going to go to his right to try and attempt the catch, but safely away from him in the end. Comfortable 2. Flight on this occasion. Gani goes in the area. Root chance for a catch. And it's taken. Brian Haricharan strikes. Very good catch taken down there at long on as the fielder had to make some ground to his right. And eventually caught it with both hands. Despite the breeze also pushing the ball back across. Really good work there. And a well-played innings from Levi Gani comes to an end. 52 the opener made. And he walks off the field with a smile, because rightfully so, he has done the job for his team. Could have just taken it over the line and finished unbeaten, but nonetheless, He has to go. And Hillview College would not like the sight of the batsman who's walking in, Brendan Boodoo, former Trinidad and Tobago youth player. Plays his league cricket in the Premier 1 division for the Best Motors Marching Patriots. Very talented. We saw what he did with the right arm wrist spin, and I can tell you he's even more stylish with the bat. A very elegant player.
Well, he doesn't have a big task at hand here this afternoon, with just 12 more runs needed. So let's see what his approach will be at the crease this afternoon against Hillview College.
Well, there's not much to do, to be honest. I think his role will be to get a knock, as the coaches would say. The victory is almost but secured for Presentation College San Fernando, and Boodoo being a skipper, being a senior man on the side, he will want to ensure that no further wickets fall and that he is able to maximize these deliveries that he will face.
2 more deliveries remaining in Harry Chan's over. He comes over the wicket to the new batsman, Boodoo. And just very watchful, just plays it back to the bowler. Solid defense. 13 overs are now completed. 88th for the loss of 2 wickets. Just 13 runs for victory. Jordan Bryce continues from the northern end. He's going to come around the wicket to Philip. Philip, who steps back and just pushes that ball to the man in the covers. Doesn't take any run. No need for haste. Playing it very safe. Very casual. This ball he cuts and he beats the fielder. But there's protection in the deep and it beats the man in the deep as well. A boundary for Philip.
Well, I don't think there was too much protection, because when it passed the fielder at deep cover had to make his way around, and by the time he reached, the ball had already hit the ropes. So
that will bring Philip up to 32 after just 34 balls.
9 runs required and a fielding change to try and strengthen the offside. Now we saw it from the start of the innings. Philip favours the cut shot, favours that cover and extra cover region. So you think it would have been wise to leave some extra protection, even if you're bowling deliveries that are not the best, you still prevent the boundaries.
1 extra.
Yep.
Bowls wide. Umpire signals wide. He'll have to reload that one. 3 legal deliveries remaining in this over. He bowls to Philip, gives it a bit of flight. Phillips drives to the cover region and takes a comfortable single. Giving Boodoo the strike, who is yet to get off the mark. The umpire quickly readjusts himself there to the square leg position. Bowls to Boodoo. Boodoo works it onto the leg side. The man from the deep recovers and throws. Boodoo gets off the mark with a single. 1 ball remaining for this over. Just 6 runs required for victory now. Bryce bowls to Philip. Oh my, and he beats Philip. He beats Philip as well as the wickets keeper. And the ball runs down.
But everyone was beaten.
Everyone was beaten.
Even
And
the stumps.
They sneak a run. They sneak a bye. Umpire signal buys.
What a delivery. That spun between bat and pad over the top of the bails.
And past the keeper.
And look at Bryce's reaction. I feel it for the youngster. It still went for it. You can still see him remonstrating.
Flabbergasted. Bryce just getting a bit of heckles from his teammates.
And it's good to see that they're taking it in
Good spirit.
positive direction.
It's all a learning experience to the youngsters. A nice clean match. They're having fun in the process. Building that experience through fair play and good sportsmanship. Drives it straight to the fielder in the cover region. Will this be the final over? Bowler keeping it tight. No runs after the first 2 deliveries.
And not leaving anything to chance.
Well, the batters are just practicing their shots right now, their defensive shots. No haste.
Almost getting the better of him there, Archeran.
I think that ball rushed him a bit. Wasn't expecting it to reach up that quickly.
This is in the air, but safely in front of the fielder. Peels away for 1. Should come back for 2. Get there comfortably in the end.
Man with a strong arm there in the deep. It's Zion in deep. Very strong return. Good throw by Zion.
Watchful from Philip. Wants to finish not out, I'm sure, and boost his average and win this game for his team. 3 runs required for victory. 98 for 2 after 15 overs.
Just 3 more. This one flighted. Push it to the leg side, straight to that man at long on. Just taking a single. Only 2 now required for victory.
Well, it's certainly been an excellent all-round performance from Presentation College San Fernando. Firstly with the ball in hand and then now with the bat. Fitting it would be if Zion hits the winning runs. And in this occasion, it was an appeal for leg before, but umpire decides against it. Let's see if this would have been a close call. Nice flight from Bryce. Oh, probably just going down leg. A bit of height as well. Cut away from Philip. Will get one comfortably. and maintain the strike.
Scores are level now. That previous delivery, that ball came back very sharply onto him.
Yep.
But it looks like it was a bit high as well. Last ball.
Boodoo defense. There's still 2 more deliveries in this over. It's very likely that Boodoo might score, or he might very well defend and leave it for Zion to finish. Flight, and Boodoo tries to go through the offside. Goes to mid-on where he did not intend, and he refused the single. Probably looking to finish it with some style. Flighted again, and this is up in the air from Boodoo. Will it be a chance for a catch? It falls safely in front of the fielder, and Boodoo scores the winning run for Presentation College San Fernando.
What a risky win.
Look at this in the end. Tried to sweep that one all the way down
Pick it up
the
the top
boundary, and took a top edge. Landed safely in the end, and that's victory for Presentation College San Fernando by 8 wickets in the end. Reminder of the scores: Hillview College would have made 100 all out in their first innings, and Presentation College San Fernando reaching to 101 for the loss of just 2 wickets. Key performers we note from the bowling innings for Presentation College San Fernando would have been Zion Phillip with a couple of wickets. Also, Aidan Owen, who opened the bowling. Zion Charles had a very miserly spell, picked up a wicket as well. Aidan Owen had 2, and Riyad Prasad had 3. Riyad Mohammed also picked up a wicket, and that rounded things off also with a run out to complete the innings. And in terms of the batting for Hillview College, Kadir Juman made 30 and Tyler Ramroop 28, the main contributors. For Presentation College San Fernando, Levi Gani with excellent 52, and Zion Phillip finishing on around 37, not out. So that's it from us here at Union Hall. Your thoughts on this game, Ravi, as we conclude?
It was a beautiful game, well played. We had fun here in the commentary box. We enjoyed it quite a bit, Keshav and myself. And we thank you for tuning in and enjoying cricket here with us at Cricket 360 TV. So, I pass you back to Keshav, who will give the closing remarks for today. God bless and thank you.
Thanks very much, Ravi. So that's it here from Union Hall ground in San Fernando for this encounter in the Secondary Schools Cricket League. We'd like to say thanks again to our sponsors, Valvoline as well as Aid Unlimited. One company, many solutions, and Valvoline, the original engine oil, America's first engine oil brand. So we look forward to the rest of fixtures in this Secondary Schools Cricket League, as it's around the halfway stage in the tournament after the carnival season. And going forward, we would like to see a lot of viewers continuing to take part in the online stream, as well as coming out to support these youngsters. Many thanks to 360 TV and Cricket 360 for the live stream of these games to ensure that all of the youth talent is put on display for the world to see. So thanks again from our producer, our camera crew, and the commentary team. That's it for now, and we look forward to seeing you in the near future.